everyone! We had a small problem today with Kick. Kick is the site that I... Oh, by the way, I've got the bee soup. It arrived, but it's the wrong size. It's medium.
I'm sorry.
Which is apparently the size of Aiden's brain. Because we looked into
but
it.
Now I get a bee costume though, because that'll fit me. and I have ordered a replacement.
Aiden thought for a second that Amazon may have messed up the order and that she'd ordered correctly the large or extra large, but that medium had arrived. However, as it turns out, she actually ordered the medium.
Like, I had a woman moment. Okay.
True. Is your monitor plugged in? Asks Straya. That's a fair question. Aiden, is your monitor plugged in?
I mean, if it's not, then I'm having a crazy hallucination.
Yeah, I can believe it. So yeah, Kick wasn't working just now. That's why the standby was longer than usual. I had to change the stream key, and then after I changed the stream key, it still wasn't working. It was constantly connecting and disconnecting. Don't know why, but for now we're just streaming to YouTube and Discord. It seems oddly quiet today. I'm not sure why. But yes, I discovered something for those listening now and those watching on the VOD. That if where is it? Here it is. If my channel on YouTube is actually eligible for monetization if I get it to 1,000 subscribers, and it's currently at 470 or something. So if you happen to be watching and you're not subscribed, I'd appreciate the assist. There's a link in Discord to the stream if you want to go to it. So, what do we have today? We have the Indians. They're at it again, or are they? Let's find out. We'll start with that. We begin with this. I bet your little Asian fish head wife doesn't have these cannons, she says. Now, there's a story behind this, but do you need to know it for it to be funny? Frankly, this is a sort of hyper-reality where I just hope it's true. I kind of want it to be true, but I don't think it is. I won't believe in Indians, says Srirachos. Yeah, fair enough. So, bombshell sex harassment suit against Lorna Hajdini, which is not... it doesn't exactly match the stereotype of white woman domination fantasy. JP Morgan branded complete fabrication as John Doe unmasked. And I saw someone say, "Oh God, quick, remask him." And yeah, he has a very strange face. He's got some of the most I don't know what you'd call that. Sunken eyes, is that the right word? But like they're sunken and then they jut back out again. Eyes I've ever seen. And that toothy smile doesn't look great. Rachos says rapist eyes. I cannot confirm or deny that they're rapist eyes, but it doesn't look great. And then the woman is here. Less rapey looking, but you never know. It could be true. So let's go through some of the details. This guy says, bro got the whole world to read his white supremacy race play femdom fan fiction. True, to be honest. He's either Indian Count Chocula or Indian Michael Knowles. The woman is, however, Albanian. I don't know who either of those people are. However, if she's Albanian, then it's at least more more stereotypically white than Indian. He looks like a Jew shapeshifting into an Indian. Maybe. So
he's midway through his metamorphosis.
Yeah. Yeah, you've got metamorphosis on the brain because I've got an insect on my shoulder.
It does look like now that you've killed it and skinned it and are wearing it as a trophy.
That's because you ordered it wrong. I've now killed and
but that's mine now, so don't actually hurt it because it's now mine. I'm taking that.
Oh, I'm sorry. The notion of using something and stinking it up is an unfamiliar one to you, is it?
Yeah, you're gonna get it all stinky. Don't do that. I don't know what you're talking about, by the way.
I still need to. I still have a lot of work to do repairing that sofa.
Actually, I didn't talk to you about that.
She said she'd help with the visible and obvious damage that she'd caused to it, and yet I stand unassisted.
I'm sorry for vomiting on your floor.
I'm not. If she said it so many times, I'm not sure she really is sorry at this point, chat. Anyway, a former JP Morgan staffer whom sources identified as Chirayu Rana has been accused of making fabricated sexual harassment claims against a high-ranking executive at the bank after an internal investigation found no evidence of wrongdoing, the Post has learned. Now, internal investigation, maybe they just sided with the person that they wanted to keep at the company more, I don't know. But given that he is an Indian and given the ridiculousness of some of the things that were allegedly said, I wouldn't be surprised. However, there is the other angle to this, which is the sort of pro-male angle of don't just believe that the woman is an innocent little flower. In this case, which collectivist judgment is stronger, anti-Indian or anti-female? We'll have to figure it out as we go through. Multiple sources told the Post that 35-year-old Rana, now a principal at investment firm Bregel Sagemount, is the man who brought the bombshell lawsuit against Lorna Hashdini earlier this week. Yes, Indian men are weaker than women, that's a good point. She could dominate him without trying. Rana's suit filed on Monday after the under the pseudonym John Doe accused the 37-year-old... How original. John Doe, so overused. Accused the 37-year-old executive director of turning him into her sex slave by drugging him with Rohypnol and Viagra and threatening to slash his bonus if he did not comply. Yeah, I don't know. It does sound like it could just be a sexual fantasy. The Daily Mail broke the story on Wednesday evening, and like this could be classic Indian scam behavior. However, would he have much of an expectation that that would actually work, given all the sort of gender disparity stuff? Citing lurid details from a now retracted court document that has been withdrawn for corrections. The British tabloid, quoting the now deleted court papers, reported that Hashdini, executive director on JP Morgan's leveraged finance team, even turned up unannounced at Rana's apartment and forced him to have sex. Now, here's another thing. What proportion of Indian males would be upset with that arrangement? Hashdini hit back in the statement.
It's the other things he claims, you know?
He does claim some rather funny things, yes. Hashdini hit back in a statement issued to the Post via her lawyers. Lorna categorically denies the allegations. She never engaged in any inappropriate conduct with this individual of any kind and has never even been to the location where the alleged sexual assault supposedly took place. Rana, who did not reply to the Post's multiple requests for comment, claimed that the alleged coercion began shortly after he joined JP Morgan's leveraged finance team in the spring of 2024. She jumped in straight away. She saw her target, and in she went. Or in he went. He filed an internal complaint in May 2025 alleging race and gender-based harassment and abuse of power before trying to negotiate a payoff that ran into millions to leave the company, sources said. Okay, that's interesting. So this is not some new thing he's decided to do, if it is fake. It's got precedent. It's been going on for a while. But he's already been paid to shut up about it and go away. So he's... even if it's true, he's double dipping, which I'm sure she would have appreciated. The suit also named JP Morgan Chase as a defendant, accusing the bank of retaliation and failing to investigate properly. Daniel J. Kaiser, the attorney listed in the New York County Supreme Court docket as representing John Doe, did not return the Post's calls seeking comment. JP Morgan strongly denied all of the claims. The bank spokesperson, who refused to be drawn out on the identity of Doe, said a thorough internal probe by the bank's HR department and in-house lawyers, which included a review of team phone records and emails, found no evidence to support them. Following an investigation, we don't believe there's any merit to these claims. While numerous employees cooperated with the investigation, the complainant refused to participate and has declined to provide facts that would be central to support his allegations. Now that's an interesting aspect. I wonder if he has any explanation for that, or if the bank is just lying, because anyone in this case could be lying. It's a spoiler alert. We're probably not going to find out the truth by the end of this article. But we may get something. The Post has also learned that Rana did not report to Hashdini. The two were simply colleagues on the leverage finance team, which works on large corporate acquisitions, mergers, and buyouts. Still, he may have thought she had enough influence, especially if he was new, that she could essentially influence what happened to him. Yeah, there's a picture of her. Looking a bit different than she did in the other picture. I don't know, different weight, perhaps. People familiar with the matter said Heshdini reported to managing director Brandon Graffia. Why do they all have such odd second names? While Rana was supervised by another managing director, John Walter. It means that she would have no sway over the size of his annual bonus. She may have sway over the size of something else of his, though. One colleague described
his
Rana...
annual boner.
Very good, Aiden. Very mature. One colleague described Rana, a former basketball player and Rutgers graduate, as socially awkward, but someone who met the requirements to remain at the bank. So, yeah, the autism, because that's what socially awkward generally means, is autism. I don't know whether that makes... which side of the argument that makes more probable, to be honest. Friends of Hashdini, who are still working at JP Morgan, said she is viewed internally as a top performer. Yeah, I'm sure that's what he wanted her to be, a top performer. Thanks, chat. He has tarnished
Yours is
her.
as bad as mine, bro.
Nah, mine's way better. His fanfic bullshit, like when feminists got off talking about The Handmaid's Tale. Yeah, probably. He has tarnished her with a complete fabrication, said one ally who was not authorized to speak to the media. Hashdini's own LinkedIn profile shows that the NYU Stern School of Business graduate and wine enthusiast, oh no, the allegations are true, spent her spare time outside of work volunteering for Minds Matter, a non-profit that helps underprivileged youngsters achieve... Oh my god, she has an autism fetish! It's all coming together, chat. That's what it is. She has a fetish for idiots. And that's why she did this to him. Oh god. Hashdini and Rana were colleagues at JP Morgan between 2024 and 2025, reported two different managing directors. Property records link Rana to an apartment in Manhattan's Kips Bay neighborhood and a $1.7 million family home in Fairfax County. VA. You know where VA is, Aiden?
Virginia, yeah.
Which one, though?
If it's VA, it's just Virginia. If it's WV, it's West Virginia. The more you know.
And which one's better?
Oh, absolutely. West by God, Virginia.
I don't know about that. Rana's journeyman career in finance has
Montana
included...
Semper Liberi.
Yes, has included stints at Houlihan Lokey, Credit Suisse, TCG Capital Markets, Morgan Stanley, and the Carlyle Group before he joined at JP Morgan. I wonder if there's been any other complaints from any of the places that she's worked, that she's done this. The thing is, maybe there hasn't been complaints. That doesn't mean she hasn't done it there. He's now a principal at the Briegel Sagemount, a New York-based firm, led by Goldman Sachs, LMG Yoon. Every single person in this article has a funny second name, which is weird because it's about finance. I wonder why that could be. Etc., etc. No trial date has been set. The lawsuit remains reportable because court filings in the US enjoy absolute privilege against defamation claims, shielding media outlets from liability as long as they fairly and accurately describe the allegations. It means they cannot be sued even if the claims in the complaint letter are proven to be false or malicious. I mean, there's some sense to that. This woman says, I took a good look at her accuser. As a female, I find it nearly impossible to believe that any woman would attempt to drug, coerce, or pressure that man to do anything involving physical contact with her. Then I read some of the statements the accuser says his female co-worker made regarding his wife and her son, because he's married as well, by the way. She says, I've never met a female in my life who speaks in those particular vulgarities, but I have indeed heard particularly gross men who speak that way, she says. I can't believe this guy thinks he can get away with all of this. For the pictures presented here, who appears to be numerous levels below the young lady, I trust they will be in an effort to dismiss with defendants' legal expenses paid by the instigator of this lawsuit. The people in chat here are absolutely believing her, and perhaps they're right to. But you know who seems to be a bit more open to his claims? That's right. It's the Hindustan Times, who will describe exactly what she apparently said. And I feel like maybe we could have a member of the audience to read some of these out. Any volunteers? Rachos is aggressively volunteering nachos for this.
There you go. No. No one's gonna fucking read this. You read it yourself.
Are you sure you don't want to, Aiden?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Wow. You don't want this to be clipped?
No.
Interesting. Okay. Well, then I guess I have no choice.
Go for it, buddy.
Wait,
Don't F asterisk, my brain's out.
That sucks.
What?
It sucks.
What? It's good enough.
No, it's not. You're gonna have to take one for the team, and you're gonna have to read these messages. Or just read the first. Look, it's just the headline of the article.
That's fine. I can just do that.
If you don't fuck my brains out, 5 shocking details in sex harassment case against JP Morgan executive.
What's wrong with that? That's fine.
There you go. Still way less fun.
Has met women that speak like that. They exist. They are not the majority. And for them to like aggressively come onto someone in the workplace is again rare, but possible. Somnus has shown the WD-40 Monster brand multi-use energy drink stops energy leaks, loosens mental blocks, cleans up brain fog, and drives away fatigue. But the thing is, it wouldn't be worth it if it didn't taste like WD-40. Also, I love how he's just ripped out of the packaging in the middle of the shop. However, have a look at the faces down here. I'm not sure whether that's AI or not.
It's clearly AI.
No, I don't know, Aiden. I don't know. WD-40 Monster. It's real. It's not real. Google says it refers to a viral meme, typically presented as a fake energy drink collab. Yeah, there's quite a lot of pictures of them. It's fun. Okay, anyway, where was I? I was here, Hindustan Times. A lawsuit against JP Morgan Chase executive Lorna Hashdini has drawn significant attention. We'll skip the backstory. According to the lawsuit, the alleged conduct included repeated sexual advances, explicit threats, and racially offensive remarks. The complaint further claims that Hashdini used her senior position within the organization to intimidate the employee, exert control. Stop fucking crying, she said at some point. According to the complaint, the alleged harassment did not occur as an isolated incident, but began soon after the complainant joined. The lawsuit states that Hashdini and the employee began working together almost immediately, following which she allegedly initiated repeated and unwelcome advances. Most women speak like that when they tell their sex-capade stories to their female friends. Fair enough. I say that to Indians all the time. The complainant alleges that she made derogatory remarks about his wife and forcibly initiated sexual acts despite his resistance. Oh, the poor man. Stop fucking crying. You think anyone would believe you, she said, apparently. You're a fucking douchebag who thinks he's hot shit but can't even get your dick hard for me, she said. What the fuck is this? She allegedly said. Threats to career and use of seniority. She apparently said a lot of fun things. There was also the let's get the actual quote from this as well. The cannons, fish head cannons. There we go. All right, we want the actual. Okay, so the quote was, "I bet your little Asian fish head wife doesn't have these cannons." Women in chat, have you ever referred to yours as cannons? Or would this be the first time? Viagra, roofies, and balls
First
not
time for me.
tasting like curry are some other astonishing highlights of the lawsuit that accuses Hashdini of rape, stalking, and abuse. Why didn't Nachos tell us she met Brickles at work? That's a good point. Didn't know Brickles was Indian. A central element of the lawsuit, the allegation, is that she leveraged her senior position. You're going to need to earn it, little Arab boy toy, she said, while also engaging in unwanted physical contact at a work-related social event. She allegedly lashed out at Doe. She allegedly lashed out at him for not generating enough business to support her bid for a promotion to managing director, threatened repercussions if he refused her advances, according to the complaint. Do you think you're going to be in good standing if you do not have me in your corner, she said. You really think they want a brown Indian boy leading originations? And then she said the following thing.
Don't have asterisk my brains out tonight. I'm going to sabotage your promotion.
Thank you. I don't have a name for her yet. I fucking own you, she said. She told Brown Boy Indian. Little Arab boy, little brown boy. I mean, this is it sounds more like what he would write than what she would write. The complaint further alleges that Hajdi, then again, right, she isn't actually Western white. She is, what was it, Albanian, Algerian, one of those. So maybe different standards apply. Sounds like hoax hate. Probably, yeah. I don't know why you're fighting this, she says. When Doe declined an invitation to go out for drinks, Hashdini responded with the following. Boy, I'm glad I made this a text speech.
Don't me soon. I'm going to ruin you, never forget. I fucking own you.
It's really not very good. It's just a simple local. It's not even AI. Doe further claims she propositioned him for oral sex in the workplace. Birthday BJ for the brown boy, she said. Why would you want to own an Indian? Resale value might be more than a penny. I don't know. It depends how much you can scam. What if you used him to scam other Indians? Like that time they did it on the strait. What was it called? The strait around Iran, where some Indians scammed some other Indians, telling them that they could cross through the Hormuz Strait. And it turns out they couldn't. It was a scam, but they paid for it anyway. Here's the question. Why would you expect, of all things, why would you expect that the Iranian authorities would have an Indian accent? I think you have to be retarded, which I suppose is what the Indians in that case were. This is Albanian country, and she opened Bob and showed Virginia. It's true. As the case gained traction online, prompted widespread discussion, she deactivated and deleted her LinkedIn profile, removing a key source of publicly available information about her professional background. Well, that settles it. She must be the brown luster. Which is definitely not what Nachos is. It's interesting that they said that he refused to provide evidence that would assist with the case. I think that there was some decent memes about this as well. What was this? Well, now we've seen this. Don't be brown in her presence, chat.
Here at JP Morgan, we like to take care of you financially as long as you're a good little boy and can handle my cannons.
Okay, clicking the media tab was a good idea.
The Q1 earnings are a disaster. Disaster. I'll show you a disaster. Sir, please calm down. You're all fired. Boom. The cannons. No. This room is history. The Q1 earnings are a disaster.
That was thanks. Thanks AI. That really justifies your existence. Okay, what else we got? Oh yeah, that woman. All right, that's pretty good. Hold on, new thumbnail idea. Let's get rid of Beezaloo webcam for thumbnail. There we go. Oh, what's happened to the green screen on this one? Oh, maybe it's happening on the other one as well. Oh, it doesn't matter. Yes, these cannons. Look, I added an arrow to the thumbnail generator. This is very important. Okay. New thumbnail dropping. Let me just get it from here. I think we could get that centered better. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Okay. She is very orange because of the where is it? This one. Yeah. Because the filter I have on it. Color correction. The saturation's way up. Probably too much. There we go. Split it up by a little bit. All right, chat. Are we seeing the vision here? All right. Making thumbnails is a lot more fun now that I'm doing it in OBS. All right. Anyway, back to the low saturation and low contrast scene. Once again, I can tell this was made. I think this was made with GPT Image 2 because I can just see, even sort of from maybe this zoom would be best. I can see the noise, which only GPT Image 2 seems to do. 2 red circles around the cannons, yeah. Specifically these ones, yeah. All right, well, thank you for showing off your cannons. Let's see what else is there. Is that real? Was this based on a real image? I don't think so. Yep, then there she is. I guess he was right. That sure is one fish-headed wife. You know what I should do? I think I've mentioned this before. My YouTube, on Firefox, for some reason, my YouTube chat is just broken and won't load. So let's get it on a different browser. I think it may have been YouTube broke something, or it just doesn't load it anymore.
Oh, unheard of. Not Neil Mohan. He wouldn't do that. He wouldn't just break something and... Anyway.
You wouldn't do that. Go on the internet and start breaking things. Who would do that? Anyway, yeah, so if you're watching on some other platform, to remind you of what I said earlier, or tell you if you missed it, I am actually, surprisingly, within the margin of hours watched on YouTube to get monetized. I just need the subscribers. So let's try and get this channel, this little babby channel that I made to obscure my activity. Let's try and get that to 1,000 subscribers, and then we might be able to get monetized. Cannons loaded. All right. Have we seen enough of the Asian fishwife images? I mean, there's more. They just keep happening. Okay. I don't think that's even related. There's the one we use for the stream. Okay, good. Well, now we've oh god, Elon, what are you doing? Well, now we found out everything we need to know, I think, about this. What's the truth of the story? We'll have no fucking idea. We're gonna have to wait and find out. You should stop scrolling the media tab before porn flashes again. Look, YouTube is too busy taking down channels which flagrantly re-upload other people's content, like Aiden here. They're not interested in preventing porn. They're just interested in preventing like actual just worthless theft of content, right, Aiden?
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention for a second. I'm editing something. What's up?
YouTube are too interested in taking down channels that flagrantly re-upload other people's content to worry if I manage to scroll past porn on this feed.
Oh, no. Look, what they're interested in right now is making themselves a bunch of money. So any excuse. Now you're not monetized, so they're not looking at you. What they're looking at are monetized channels, because monetized channels are channels they can steal money from. That is actually what's going on now. I'm pretty sure at this point.
Yep. Pug linked me this. Images. Is there a video? Don't know. But I guess this is the image that they used for the for this.
JP Morgan, we like to take care of you financially as long you're a good little boy and can handle my cannons.
Wait, that's not playing to you guys. Whoops.
Here at JP Morgan, we like to take care of you financially as long you're a good little boy and can handle my cannons.
Oh wait, it was playing to you. We're just playing through the wrong source. Okay, never mind then. Well, I think we've covered that story. Are we all finished with the cannoneer? What's this? Ah, finally making amends for your crimes while you were here. I see. A close-up of her cannons, as you wish. Where did I put her cannons? There they are. There you go. Enjoy. I wonder how many guys are going to get sacked from JP Morgan for sharing that AI video. Yeah. Well, it's funny. Anyway, let's see what else we have. What was the other story I was going to do? Oh, yeah, there's this. So I discussed this last time, and since then I've had a bit more time to think about it. I think my analysis was not perfect last time, so I didn't really give it enough thought. Now that I've had a bit more time to think, I don't think it was actually that wrong, but it is true that the red button is the obvious choice if you want to live. Just press the red button to live. It's that simple. Blue button's like a 50-50 gamble. You live or you die. Press the red button and you live. It's that simple. But the reason that there is a tiny bit more complex than that, just a little bit, is that anyone who is dumb enough to press the blue button, do they deserve death? Well, not necessarily, but am I going to sacrifice my life to save them? No. But if everyone agreed to press the blue button, then even stupid people would survive. So I think that's ultimately the question it's coming down to. It's not so much about just will you survive, because whilst that is a fair thing to consider when it's about survival, your own survival, that's fair enough. There's also the factor of other people's survival. It's why I said on last stream that it's a filter. Are you willing to do that filtering? Generally, yes. And that's fine. But the reason I think that they're red and blue, this may have been a coincidence, but it seems to line up pretty well, is that at least in the US, red is the color for conservatives, blue is the color for Democrats, for leftists. With conservatism is generally more about the survival of a society. And leftism is more about rank compassion. Both of these can be suitable in different quantities at different times. But this may be sort of tricking that sense, because there's absolutely no reason to press the blue button unless everyone else is, unless you know everyone else is, which you can't really know. But there will always be some who do, and leftists will tend to prioritize the compassion for them and working together to save people, even at their own risk. Not that they really risk it in real life. They'd always rather do that than save themselves. Because what they're pursuing is not necessarily the practical answer. They're pursuing the one that is more satisfying to their ego, hubris, their arrogance, their narcissism in many cases. As Aidan discovered, there's a strong correlation there. So I think that's why the blue button is tempting to some. And so it elevates from there. So people that press it for some reason. They're dumb, not for political reasons, not for emotional reasons. They just press it for some reason. Even if they're imaginary, leftists will want to protect them, so press the blue button. And now it's a question of all of the rank retards who pressed it for no reason, and the leftist compassion-poisoned idiots who pressed it to save those rank retards. Do you risk your life to prevent filtering them out the gene pool? No. No, you don't. But does that mean that you would kill them if you had the choice? Some would, to be honest, and it wouldn't be too bad a filter if we were talking from a eugenics perspective. Not that I'm necessarily advocating for that, but if you were to have to choose a filter, it wouldn't be too bad. But That's the small wrinkle on the notion that red is just obviously the right choice, because there's this one as well. Like, it's presented as blue is a pointless risk and red is just getting on with your life. But the thing is that the reds in this case, yeah, they're correct. But the small wrinkle is that while they are correct to just walk over the bridge, doing so means that all those blues are dead. And if they instead joined the blues in their stupid attempt to cross without using the bridge, everyone lives. So blues have doomed themselves. Is it our responsibility to risk our lives to save them? No. But some people may feel that it is. So that's why they'd press blue. They want everyone to survive, which I can understand, but it's very self-filtering.
Well, I talked to Bill about this last night. If you press the red button, you could be morally considered culpable for murder, right? Because you've done something that has killed people to save yourself. Now, again, I think this is fundamentally masculine and feminine, because although I'm not saying Bill's feminine on this, but like, he's taking a pure moral stance on it. I look at it as like, and it does appear that this is a masculine feminine thing. Men tend to press red and look out for number one. Look out to be able to, by the way, to be able to propagate your genes, you need to fucking survive. So that just makes the most evolutionary sense. Whereas I think the feminine is the tribe, the masculine is the individual.
Sort of, yeah. Blue is also outgroup, largely, and feminine as well to some extent.
Inherently, it will be outgroup.
Yeah.
Yes.
Stress is it's philosophical masturbation. I would say mostly, yeah. I think picking blue, it's a trap for people with too much compassion.
However, would you consider it murder? Would you because that is I think the moral quandary.
It's like self-defense. If you kill someone in self-defense, no consequences.
Also, it wouldn't be hurting other people, because if everyone pushed the red button, nobody dies either.
Yeah.
The problem I find with that argument or that question is, are kids also forced to push the buttons? Because kids are more likely to push blue, because they are told constantly to share, to think on others, and don't get the initial, I'm going to save myself. Some kids do, but for example, if I have my 3 kids, I'm pretty sure that my son will push the blue button and and his twin sister will push the red because of their personality. So, yeah.
Straya says, would you consider getting in a lifeboat murder just because someone else dove into the freezing ocean unprompted? So that's a fair point. It's comparable. The difference is that the way the analogy breaks down is in a few places. It would have to make sense. It would have to make sense. It doesn't actually, but it would have to make sense to be analogous that if you dove in with them and everyone else dove in with them, everyone survives. But in the analogous, in the analogy, of course, everyone would die in that case. But that's where the analogy breaks down. But the point you're making makes sense. But expanded to analogy with the full example, it doesn't fit. So there's I haven't thought of a good analogy in real life. I mean, these two are acceptable ones. But even in this one, if you try and cross over the bodies of the blue guys, there's the assumption that once you've crossed over, well, how the hell can you expect to survive? There's such a risk there. Yes, but if more people crowd across this bridge, apparently it gets safer until at some point when more than half of people do, everyone in that bridge will definitely survive. And there's no analogy for that. Because it's a absolute inflection point. This is a decent one, and I saw another trolley problem one where the reds are just standing next to the track, and the blues are standing on the track, trying to flip the lever to make it go to the other thing. And it's like, why stand on the track at all? The reds are just standing next to the track; they're not going to be hit by it. So yeah, it is red is the correct answer. it's just what I said before. Like, there is a small argument for blue, and a very small one, in that there are going to be some people that press blue for unknown reasons. Do you save them? It's not your job, certainly not risking your life to do it. It's not your job, and it's not murder not to either. If your life is being threatened, it's not murder not to. And, you know, there'll be enough people that press red that you can't arrest all of us. I don't think it's immoral either. So yeah, that is the correct answer, but that's the only argument for blue, I think. Try and talk them out of it. I can't make them listen. They have free will just as much as I do and are responsible for their own decisions. Indeed. I think on the poll I found on Twitter, blue actually got more than half, which is weird. In that case, everyone survives, including the reds. I wonder if the quandary would be more interesting if no, it wouldn't be. Like, if more than half press red, everyone that pressed red dies. Now, that might be more interesting. Although, at that point, it's just kind of a gamble. I don't know. I think at that point, you'd probably hope to press... that would be an interesting but very different question. That's more of a straight gamble. This question is kind of... In terms of game theory, it's a dumb and obvious question. But in terms of what it reveals about the person answering it, it can be quite interesting. The one I just hypothesized would be more of a slightly interesting game theory question, but not that interesting morally, I don't think. If enough tards huddle up, they share body heat and live, but they could have just sat in the boat and all been safe. I don't know, because they would be expected to die if they're in the water. As you said, like icy water. And they could only share body heat for so long. Yeah, the thing is, here's how it might change. 10% of the population picked at random are assigned to blue. Do you then press blue in trying to save them? Or do you save yourself? That might make this question better, actually. Might make it more balanced. Maybe less indicative as to its original purpose, but more balanced. Do you try to save them? Or do you think that's really fucking sad and I have sympathy for them, but I'm not going to risk my life to save 10% of the people, just on the assumption that everyone else will try and save them as well? That, I think, would make it more interesting, especially because that would include some children. It may even include people that you know and like. It gets even weirder if that 10% don't know they've been picked for it until after everyone's pressed the button. So you could be in that 10% band. I think that's a much more interesting question. In 3 seconds, you already put more thought into the question than the OOP. Maybe. Still, it went viral, if that's what we call it, because it was somewhat interesting, even if he didn't put much thought into it. I don't know if he did. I'm thinking maybe I'll post my modified version online. All right, let's do that. So, what if 10% of the population were randomly assigned to blue, as if they had pressed the blue button? Would you try to save them by also pressing blue? What if those 10% didn't even know they had been assigned to blue? Could be you. There you go. Let's see if anyone has anything interesting to say about that. We were told to stay still 304 days because they didn't jump. North Korean ferry survivor. Almost read that as furry survivor. But there should be no survivors of being a furry. Am I right, chat? Anyone new that comes in is probably wondering why I've got the corpse of an almost human-sized bee draped over my shoulder. Aiden, would you like to refresh everyone's memory?
On what?
Why is there the corpse of an almost human-sized bee draped over my shoulder?
Oh, sorry. Again, I'm editing. Well, okay, so I got the bee costume because why even was it? Just because bees make me laugh. So I got the bee costume. Everyone's like, I think it enjoys the fact that bees make me laugh. So I got the bee costume because I thought it'd be funny. Also, then there was a thing with the bee involving King Charles that was serendipitous, in which case it would have made the bee costume apropos for that instance, but it arrived late, and then it arrived small, or more specifically, medium. So I have ordered a new bee costume, and now that one's mine. But he's getting his stink all over it. Unfortunately, I have to wash it.
She's trying to get me back for the stink that I've been reporting on from her since she was here. She's trying to make up as if I smell. It's ridiculous. But yeah. You ordered me the wrong size, and so you get what you get. Aiden's couch squatter writes, "Hey, that's my beloved recently deceased grandmother's couch. You should not besmirch its good name." Anyway, just be a bit tight. Yeah, I tried to get it on. I actually tried to put it on, even though I saw it was medium. The hood here came up to my shoulder, so it could go over my shoulder. But that's it. I would have had to stretch it beyond breaking to get it over my head, which wouldn't have been great. Wouldn't have been good to break.
Wait a minute. If I'd known it was that simple, just cut the legs off it. Cut the feet off. Now I want it now, so don't do it now. But you should have just done that.
Aiden, I have this thing that most humans have called a crotch.
I've seen what this looks like. It's got a really deep crotch in it, doesn't it? It's like a comfy PJ onesie.
You forget the Usaju is like 7 feet tall.
I know, but I'm saying I think it was all right. Well, don't cut the legs off it now because I'm gonna take it. Look, that's how the crotches are in them. They're all low like that.
I don't think this one was actually.
It is in the picture on Amazon.
Okay, maybe I'll try it again later, but I don't think so.
Don't damage it now because now I want it. After thoroughly washing it, of course.
Don't be so mean to the bee, Aiden. The bee doesn't smell. I mean, it will smell after you've put it on, but
it will. It's gonna smell now. Yeah, it's already gonna be stinky.
Well, someone paid me to wear it, and I did my best.
I know, but now I require it back. Look, all right, there's another one on the fucking way, and I'm gonna take that one.
Oh, a medium?
No, it's an extra large. Fat fuck. Oh, I need an extra large. I'm so fucking fat. I can't wear a medium like a normal person.
She's fantasizing, much like Pajit here, about her feeder fetish.
Oh, Emma, where's your fucking pizza? Nowhere to be found, huh?
Yeah, exactly. Where is it? Order me one. I actually haven't eaten today at all.
Oh well. Then maybe
you'll
shrink.
Coaching
then you'll shrink, and then maybe you can fit in your fucking bee costume. How about that?
I don't think I'm going to lose height at my age.
Yeah.
From not eating.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Try being less fat. And by that I mean tall. Huh? Have you considered that?
No, I haven't considered that. I don't think that's within my abilities. Although good fairy tale reference to Makarov or Brandish. Look, there's few things in this world that I'm passionate about. Coding and fairy tale. Anyway, more news. Okay, though this may seem like it's related to the Indian story, it's not. Aiden, you have two connections to this story. Firstly,
I do.
Because bird, and secondly, because women are repulsive. Thoughts?
So I read an interesting hypothesis about this. We're going to discuss this on Science Sybil.
I
read an interesting hypothesis about
this. Is this the story that you mentioned that you saved for the thing?
Yes. However, I don't mind if we talk about it a little bit here.
We'll go into great detail on it here then.
No, exactly. And the thing is that I have to go research this. I have to find out if this is true. But I read this post on Twitter, and I think it bears logical sense, and it seems to just this could bear fruit, right? So he says there's speculation that in early human societies, women may have historically targeted smaller prey like birds, while men focused on larger animals. If women were historically more likely to gather small game, eggs, or hunt birds for food and feathers while men were away or focused on larger mammals, it would make sense for birds to develop a specific alarm for them. It's a survival strategy. Learn the profile of the person most likely to be looking for you. If that's the case, it means these birds are essentially carrying around an ancestral memory of us. I have no idea if that's true,
no,
but it's an interesting hypothesis.
It's plausible. I would have thought that, not for sure, but I would have thought it would mostly be gone by now. And maybe it is mostly gone. But it's statistically significant enough that it turned up as a published study, I assume. I don't know what the significance is.
This is a guy.
So
I have no idea if this is true or not. This is just a post I
in
read
the
on
original
Twitter.
study about the discrimination between the two.
Yes, birds are scared of women.
Sufficiently significant that it turned up in a published study. So I assume there's something to it. It's not just like noise. It's not 0.1 of a difference. So
it's specifically
that evolutionary
urban birds.
Yes, which is also interesting. But that evolutionary distinction, I feel like that hypothesis that would have faded by now because it's too long since that happened.
Not really, because this stuff lasts. When something becomes a selected for trait genetically, it remains within the genome. So it would make.
Just my sense of it is it wouldn't have lasted that long if it wasn't happening at all anymore.
Why? But it's been happening for 40,000 years. It only hasn't been happening, and only in the West for what, about 300?
No, I think it's longer than that. Especially if we are talking in the West. And again, they're migratory, I suppose, so they go worldwide. Well, the migratory ones do. Not all of them are, I don't think.
In terms of what he says is specifically, so I think it might often have been a woman's job to care for the hens and things like that and to go collect eggs. These are the kind of things that even in a domesticated environment, birds that are specifically urban and have a association with us, with human civilization, might have a unique kind of fear of women over men. I don't know if this is true or not. I need to investigate this before the stream on Sunday to find out if there is any evidence for this. And then also what it might be is that, well, how could a bird determine it's a woman besides just a visual assessment? Well, even though there's no exact evidence for what we might call pheromones, men and women do release different hormones and different scents, essentially. So vasopressin and oxytocin being the two main ones. There's and chemical signatures.
Firstly, I want to say that the original hypothesis of women hunting, like catching and tearing the feathers off of birds, that is not hundreds of years ago. That's thousands of years ago at least, which is why I said I doubt that would have retained.
Kiviak women in Greenland do it today.
Yeah, well, I'm sure they do, but we're not talking about Greenland. Secondly, here's my hypothesis. A girlfriend that I had once had big poofy hair, and the cats were afraid of her. My hypothesis is that she looked like a lion. And that might be the case with women too. If they have a big sort of mane behind their head, it may be that birds detect that. And that's what they're afraid of. If something has a big head, it's more likely to be dangerous than something that has a small head relative to, the bird's vision. No need for the smell to reach it in time. You can do it visually.
It is true, though.
I have a simpler theory. It's like this. Birds in general are scared of sound. If you do very little sound, the birds are going to fly away.
Oh, I think I know where this is going.
Women cannot stay quiet. So,
I assume that the study required the male and the female approaching the bird to act in the same way, to approach slowly, or at least equivalent ways, to approach slowly or to approach quickly. Both of them approach quickly, and they tested multiple scenarios. I'm assuming best case scenario on the methodology.
Yeah.
I'm assuming best case scenario of the methodology. I don't know how it was done, but assuming that, the only distinctions are that would make that much of a difference, I think, are visual. Now, unless it's like, you stand next to the bird for 10 minutes, now at least 10 seconds, and then see if it stays, right, that could be smell, yes, as you hypothesize. But I think if it's not that, if it's does the bird fly away and how quickly does it fly away as you approach, that has to be something faster, like visual. So I think it must be the main. Yeah, Nacho's used trannies. Nacho's well-known tranny user.
Well, but if birds are being scared for millennia of women because they make noises, it is normal that they have a genetic factor. They automatically make them scared of women because they make noises, even if that one woman in particular is quiet.
Maybe. Honestly, with all these other excellent theories stacking up, it's sounding like the one that Aiden heard is more just feminist propaganda, to be honest. Oh yeah, no, women were hunters and gatherers. Yeah, they just hunted harder prey to cash. Right, Aiden, well-known feminist. Thank you, Wolf. It's not a Pikachu costume, it's a Pikachu costume. And yes, Pug, I did make that joke before you appeared. What? Straya says, and I quote, Aiden thinks Oozaloo is tight. Aiden, comment on what Straya just said? Do you care to make a comment?
What, like, tight isn't tight in the wallet? Cause you cheap ass. What?
I don't know. He might mean that. Or
broke.
he might mean that I'm
Okay.
so tight to fit into the suit.
I think that's probably it. Yeah, why are you wearing the bikini?
Now, you'd have to pay me a lot more to wear a bikini. I can tell you that much.
Well, hang on. Does it exist?
It almost certainly does exist.
Of
Yeah, I gotta
course
find
it
it.
exists.
Let's see. Bikini. Oh no, it's not what I was expecting. This is the first image. Wow, why is it so blurry? Oh, 'cause it's on
B-mankini. It's just
Facebook.
Borat's mankini, but with some black patterning on it as well as what
This
yellow.
is the first result, and I don't think that's what I'm looking for.
You would wear that.
No, I wouldn't.
Yeah, you
I don't wanna be
would.
covered in bees. I mean, kind of. I love bees. That's true.
Do you think this may have been generated in the last, say, 2 or 3 years, or do you think this is more like 10 years old? Do you think it maybe
clearly AI.
correlates with some other kind of technology that has arisen in the last few years? Because
Oh,
I'm wondering how you could get
Mochipan.
this shot otherwise.
Fuck me. Mochipan sells one, but it's like, I don't. Wait, you had a. What the fuck? First of all, this is so expensive. Did they have it on a not fat model? If you don't know about Mochipan, it's like, oh, we do fat clothing, but they do have it in like a small and an XL. But here is a bikini. And why would you know about fucking? Wait, that's not it. What the fuck? Huh?
They're not just posted a bikini.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry. I like that bikini. That one's all right. Oh, that's cute. It's only $12. Let's go. I can get that.
All the women of
I gotta
Kabbalah are
set
going
up
to
my
find
hot tub.
themselves in one of these.
I gotta set my hot tub up soon. There's an excuse for me to wear my bikini.
Oh no, Aiden hot tub stream. Oh no.
I'm not doing a fucking hot tub stream. Fuck no.
Racho says,
Oh,
I'll
right,
give
you
you
have
a
a hot
bar
tub.
of chocolate to wear the bikini. To be fair, Rachos, I've already taken enough from you and your family that you don't really owe me anything else. I mean, if your mother asks really nicely, and especially if she wears it first, all I can afford. Fair enough. Well, I'm not going to wear the bikini, but if anyone would like to offer me a small token of appreciation for these streams and to ensure that they continue, there are the links. I'm still working on the new economy system, but I'm making some good progress with it. Last day or two, yesterday I postponed the stream to today, but other than that, I've been working almost all my spare time on it. It will be a significant improvement, I think. Right, good. Don't forget that there's also overlays for the stream if you want to. If the bee suit isn't enough, you can force one of these overlays. Do a romper way gayer. I don't know what the difference is. What if we collectively decide as a community not to fund you anymore until you wear the bikini? Would I notice, Wolf? Would I notice? Right. So yeah, let's see if we can get any of those overlays boosted. Bee burqa or the beaker. There is a burqa overlay, by the way. You can pay to put me in a burqa. Deadem says, so you're offering. No, not for any amount of money that is within reasonable bounds. Especially not on stream. I mean, I was willing to wear the bee suit because it's just funny. I actually wouldn't be embarrassed. It's just funny. Oh, hello, Astronaut. Astronaut, let me give you roll so that you can talk in here. You'll have to leave and rejoin. There you go. Thank you, Nachos. Nachos says, wear the bikini, happy overlay, woman alliance strong, cabal prevails. I reckon we can happy overlay.
This is interesting. It's quite a bit different formatting than I'm familiar with.
Yeah, it's changed it a bit recently. This is a bikini, and as you can see, so is this. All right, let me give you your stuff, Nachos. Nachos. 3 moments. There we go. Right, good. So, actually,
didn't they do this on Jackass?
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure they did this on Jackass. Yeah, there it is. There's the image.
I don't know why there's a sudden obsession with bees. I mean, I say that it's because of Aiden, but she bought me this bee suit, Atronach, and it has arrived in medium size, which does not.
Listen,
fit me.
we can be bees. This is good news.
Mark,
Aiden,
this is good news.
He knows that
This is
meme
good
independently
news.
of you.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure, unless you've
Yeah,
been
we
watching my
can
streams on
be
YouTube.
bees.
We can do.
Oh no!
Okay,
That correlates.
this is you.
Ma-
He could live
Mark.
for 30 years.
I made a
Like a
steak. A steak. A steak. Yes.
Chat, do you believe?
You live like a pet. A pet? Yes.
A pet for 30 years.
This is good news, Mark.
It is, in fact, good news.
No, please continue. The more you talk, the less I have to stream. Oh, now
Fucking
they stop.
classic
Oh, nice.
Wizard.
I'm gonna. Yeah,
Trying
exactly.
to get out of fucking work.
Yeah.
Lazy fucking Jew.
Look, here I am, and I'll be streaming for 3 or 4 hours. It's fine. We've got lots of stuff to cover. All right,
Well, you can talk for now because I'm eating my dinner. It's my
I'm-
post-workout dinner.
I'm going to. All right, what else we got? You missed the 2 main stories, Atronach, about the Jeet sexual fantasies and about the blue and red buttons.
Oh, the red button thing was interesting. I
Yeah,
thought that was so stupid.
was a bit interesting.
Do nothing or 50% chance you die.
Yeah,
Oh, I wonder what I should pick.
yeah.
Uh-oh.
And that red is the correct answer. No matter what your perspective is, there is a small argument for blue that I think people are not giving credit to, but it's a very small one, which is just that some amount of people are going to press blue no matter what. There's going to be some noise. Do you try to save them? And the answer in practice is no. But some people may be compassionate enough that they would say yes. And that would be why they start pressing blue. And if enough of them start, it starts to snowball to the point that pressing blue is, well, unnecessary beyond 50%. But if it's like 49, well, you might be the one to save everyone. So it's a small argument, but that's why people would ever consider pressing blue.
Well, pressing blue is selfish, like inherently. It's disguised as being selfless, but in fact, it is a very selfish thing to do.
A lot
Because
of
you
stuff
rely on other people to save you for your retardation. It's suicidal empathy, and it's what got us here in the first place. Anybody who presses blue deserves to die.
And I've heard that from other people, yeah. That's understandable. Yes, a lot of apparent selflessness is in fact selfish. And the blue button thing is a good example of it. All right, so what else we
Yeah,
got?
I went over the research on that recently. Is that like all these people who claim that they're also virtuous, also all that stuff? It's all narcissism, and people who choose. I think people who choose that oftentimes are narcissists in a crazy way. You would think that the narcissist is the one who chooses to save themselves, but there's 2 types of narcissists: grandiose narcissists who will choose the red button, and vulnerable narcissists who will choose the blue button. In the blue button's case, they are a vulnerable narcissist, a victim mentality. Grandiose, I'm the best. I think that's actually even more than male and female. It's also that.
Yep. All right, what else we got? We did that. Well, we sort of did that. That was on the previous one. What was this? I don't think I watched this. I opened it. It's in the Hall of Fame in Discord, so it better be good.
Ow!
Well, that's a service.
Gork, is this AI?
She's wearing a mask. I can't support it. Welcome, no one. So yeah, that just seems like a nice service. Where was this? That looks like Eastern Europe. That text, although it might not be. The number plate it's European. I think probably Eastern Europe, maybe Poland. Yeah, there you go. That's a nice service. It's an older video snatchers. Okay. All right. Well, I mean, you would know. Okay, next up. Oh yeah, this is what would we call it? The Jeet Tanic.
Every night in my dreams, I see you, I
The
feel.
music's a good touch.
That is how I know you gone. Far across the distance and spaces between us, you have come to show you gone. Near and far, wherever you are, I believe that the
Such a little reaction from them. it just sunk. There's no panic, no reaction. It just goes straight in. Well, there you go.
My
The
Twitter
things they'll
feed has
do.
been flooded with videos like this, and actually they've been more egregious. I don't know how much of them you could show, but all of them are just like them dying in horrific ways, diving headfirst into like shallow pools, carrying like long metal rods underneath power lines.
Funnily enough.
And just everyone that's around them, the guy fucking dies,
Yeah.
and everyone just goes, eh.
Yeah. Funnily
They
enough,
just bug people. Nobody cares.
we've been watching a lot of stuff like that in the last few streams, actually. And we several videos of real people dying were shown on my streams, whether I wanted to or not. And yeah, all of them were Indian. And it
People's a
was all
strong word.
preventable.
Also, there are plenty of videos of Indian trying to move heavy equipment on tiny boats and sinking them because every time they underestimate the weight capacity of the boat. So they ended up doing exactly what they did there.
Mm. Yeah, because this was not just people. This was motorbikes as well, from a comment that I saw, although I can't see any now. No, there are a couple at the front. There's 2 motorbikes at the front of the boat. Like, surely just looking at it, you must realize that's too many people. It's already at the water level at best. Guess the guy driving it doesn't have any sort of like connection to the people at the front by either vision or speech. Darwin or Winners. Yeah, if you guys have more of those videos you want to send, we could do some of them today. We'll go through a mix. I've got mixed reports on the whole idea of us doing more just watching funny memes streams. One commenter on YouTube says I hate it, and everyone else seems fine with it. So I guess we'll do a mix.
That was my alt.
Well, actually, I know that you've made the criticism in the past of us just sort of like reading over memes, but what we've been doing in recent streams is more like watching funny meme videos and doing like a react stream to them, because I know that that's a popular format. It feels very lazy, but people do
that's
enjoy
much
it.
different. I think the videos, there's more commentary to be had on videos rather than just like
Yeah, I
a
agree.
static image with text.
Yeah, I agree. I always tried to, when I used images, to bring up something that I could say something interesting about, but I did want to read it first for anyone that might be listening to the stream rather than watching. But yes, no, I think the videos are a better choice. So we've been doing more of that recently. And I've been trying to pick out more interesting news stories as well, less dry ones, even if it seems important, because people are sort of burned out on politics, understandably. No one, we definitely
politics
didn't.
are fucking
go on.
gay.
Yes,
I was gonna say the politics right now currently are just like really gay.
Yeah.
And everything just goes back to Israel. So like you try to say anything, it just fucking goes back to the Jews. So it just becomes circular. It's like we've talked about the Jews a million times. How many more times we got to talk about the fucking Jews?
Noman, we definitely believe that you were awake last night when we may have continued 1 or 2 episodes of Fairy Tale without you. I mean, with you. All right, new video from. I'm willing to rewatch them with you, though. I did say that at the time. We weren't going to watch just one because you fell asleep.
I don't remember if I fell asleep.
You did. Ginger has. Yes, that's a good point. Natchez was in your house. There was a black Norwegian in your house. He was going to steal your booze, and he was saying that Fairy Tale was bad, and that woke you up briefly, saying that. Then he fell back to sleep. Okay, Ginger's posted a video. That's what it is.
Excuse me. Where'd you get that?
What?
That smile. Can I get your number? No. No? Please! Please! Yeah? Okay. Here. What's your name? Kendall.
Don't try this at home. I mean, she might think you're funny enough. But that's not the way you do it. I love how it's like, he clearly set this up so he knew she'd say no. Like a really dumb pickup line and then just instantly asking for her number. Just had the please ready. Yes, this was yesterday with no one asleep in chat. We looked into what the Swedish that the AI generated actually says here. And top right, actually, it makes sense. It's the kind of thing you'd actually expect to see. Top left. Swedish. It's not Swedish, okay. Well, top left, however, this means something about shovels, which is not what they meant. And then these last two words are not real. What's it trying to say, Nomon? Can you tell?
Nothing. That is not illegitimate. There's only two things that are legitimate in this sentence, and it is the word med, which means with, and six. That is it. Nothing else is a word.
Doesn't skuffa mean shovels?
Skyffel, which is a completely different word that is spelled entirely differently from that.
Google Translate seemed to think it meant shovels. It seemed to think it meant like bed with 6 shovels, and then it couldn't get the last 2 words.
Hell
of
don't
an
we
offer,
also
though.
call those hoes? Bed with 6 hoes?
Yeah, well, you can see there's one of them. It's Nachos. So Nachos, Atronach has recently rejoined, so he doesn't know anything about you yet. So let's show him what you look like in real life. Here's a couple of pictures of real hand.
None of those are fucking real. None of those are real.
I don't believe in women.
The bottom one is real.
That's the one I was looking for earlier. It's Mexamut 2. Okay.
Don't argue between each other. You are both Mexican. It is okay.
I'm not Mexican, you fucking Argentinian.
Yeah, don't fucking lump me in with her. I'm the superior Mexican. All right, I'm
white.
I'm on the racist council, okay, and she's not.
She's too thin.
I'm white.
Yeah, but woman. So dismiss.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah, but which of you hates women more, though?
Probably.
I don't know. You guys say I hate women pretty much. I do hate them.
I hate women
I
as
don't
much
know
as
this
Di
person,
hates women.
I basically hate women just as much as Di hates women too.
Don't associate yourself
with
with
I'm
Di.
a good one. She said I'm a good one.
I don't believe you. That's what Di would say. Okay.
Here, I'll ping her. Here.
No.
Yes.
Look, Nachos is white
now he's
the
getting
same
scared.
way that Nick
Di
Fuentes is white. You know, with air quotes.
Nachos, is Di the alpha female of Cabal?
Either her or 8-bit.
Yes. yeah, true.
But 8-bit's so nice.
8-bit's the alpha man. She's more man than all the other half the fucking people in this server.
She's basically an honorary male. Yes.
And it's not a discreditation of her. It's a discreditation of the men in this server. They all suck.
Oh, the clown one's the worst. I fucking hate that one the most.
Yeah, just whatever you do, chat. Don't type equals clown shows.
I hate that one so much. I hate clowns.
All right. Well, that's all the memes I have for today. Which is not enough. So,
how does it feel looking in the mirror every morning then?
Got him.
Oh.
Got him.
So, chat, if you have any more memes, we can watch them for sure. But other than that, I'm going to switch over to the other stuff I have. There might be some memes in here, actually. Oh, well, for example, I don't know. That's probably a bit more serious. Let's start from where I started today. This is good news. U.S. House passes amendment to the Farm Bill to ban U.S. foreign adversaries from buying
Good
U.S.
news.
farmland. It's good news.
We could be bees on the farmland. We could be bees. Good news. This is good news.
This is good news.
This is good news. Do you two know of that meme independently?
Yes, it's been
It was
a
a big
meme
meme.
since like Invincible season 1.
Yeah,
I
like
know.
3 years ago.
I assume it was, but I also assume it's not like universally known because I've never heard of it.
It's also because I watch a lot of Nicholas Diorio. Also,
Aiden was just talking about him today.
Unironically, that is how I actually came across the meme.
I knew the meme before he like started like
Me
really
too.
making a catch on.
But,
But like,
I mean,
he's
he made
influential.
Him a bee
so
avatar as well and stuff. Yeah, it could be bees.
he blocked me on Twitter.
He at one point he had me, I think, blocked on. He well, no, I think he blocked me, but he recently followed me.
That's funny.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's an endorsement. It's probably not. It's just
No, it's not. It was when I was talking about the Jeremy Hambley stuff, the quartering stuff. That's why I think he was following. He's looking for
drama.
a scoop there. Yeah.
Oh yeah, always.
Speaking of the Jews, Candace Owens warns that Laura Loomer might have blackmail material on President Trump, which forces him to post her content on his Truth Social account. Do we side with Laura Loomer, the Jewish male Mossad spy, tranny, or do we side with Candace Owens, who is black and probably a leftist?
I can't wait till the Republicans lose the fucking midterms and then dumpster the 2028 election.
Well, I would like positive outcomes, but the Republicans under Trump have not. There's some flaws, and they need to either get their shit together or they need a lesson on that.
They can't, because this is more of this. It's just more of like, oh, fucking, Jew craziness versus like schizo craziness. There's no cohesion. It's schizophrenic versus Jew.
We will absolutely need to deal with the Israel problem. Like, that's the biggest issue with Trump, and always was. We will need to deal with it at some point. I was hoping that we would get a lot of things solved without necessarily solving that one yet, because I knew Trump wouldn't. But it looks like it's so entangled with everything else. We've kind of got to solve that at the same time. I did suspect that might be the case as well. Let's see what Candace says.
The entire thing, you have to recognize what to pull away from this is that she was going on an unhinged racist rant, and then she was able to make a demand that the president of the United States issue a Truth Social supporting her mania. And it was a demand, I want to be clear, that I am told specifically that Susie Wiles was staunchly opposed to. Credit to Susie Wiles. That she came up against that and said this is a very bad idea. And yet Trump's team overall conceded. The question is why? That's a very important question. Why did Donald Trump concede to a lunatic? There has been, of course, a very long-standing rumor that it's because she has blackmail on him, a rumor that I'm reticent to believe, right? Because it's Laura Loomer.
I preferred the world when Laura Loomer was just that crazy woman who screamed that Antifa had attacked her car when in fact her tire was just worn. That was the world in which Laura Loomer's status in the world made sense. But her ascending like this does imply that there's some favoritism at play, whether that be because she's Jewish or some other reason. But her having blackmail on Trump is possible. Someone may do. I mean, at the same time, Trump seems like the kind of guy who wouldn't let blackmail affect him. But if some worldwide powerful organization like, say, Mossad, or there's probably others that would count for this as well, give him credible reason to believe that they have a gun on every one of his family members, would he try at least to, partially at least, do what they say? Would that blackmail be effective if he believed that they could kill his family at any moment? Yes, probably. There are threats big enough and plausible enough, people plausible enough to make them, that he could be swayed by them. Laura Loomer might just be their representative, which is a strange bloody choice, but apparently that's the one they went with.
What if just not another hypothesis? I think that's a very real hypothesis. Or what if you suddenly become deeply religious because your life was spared in a miracle, and people who are potentially utilizing and abusing your newfound religious beliefs to say you have to support their particular religious beliefs as well.
That could also be it too. Yeah. That reasoning doesn't appeal as much to logic, to me, because I wouldn't think that way, but I know other people do.
No.
So, yeah.
After near-death experience too, people change oftentimes.
Yeah. He felt the bullet that should, quote unquote, have killed him. Felt the blood on his hands of that bullet. So yes, it's very possible as well. It could be either of those two, or it could be that there was always some underlying power dynamic connection between him and Israel. Now, maybe he's been their guy for the whole time. All of these things are possibilities. Of course, the last one I'd rather not believe, but it's a possibility. He's always been pro-Israel. Then again, all politicians are. Well, some debate on a few of them. Thomas Massey and Rupert Lowe come
Thomas
to mind.
Massey, yep. And Rupert Lowe, yep.
Rupert Lowe. Okay, Ginger.
Sorry, I became Asian for a minute.
Yeah.
My bad.
Ginger has given us a new meme. Back to Pajitin Darwin Awards. We saw one of these the other day where the guy jumped. And he jumped a bit too far and landed a bit too poorly. And he appeared to die on impact. Let's see what happens to this one. Oh, God, why are they doing that? Ooh, that guy's probably dead. They went in to save him, though. Credit to them, they actually went in to save him. I wasn't expecting that from Indians.
Very, very rare Indian behavior there.
Jesus.
So these are the guys that survived these.
Probably drowned in there.
Yeah. He looked like he was crushed under a big mound of dirt. Either that killed him if it was heavy and then it looked, or he was just, or if it was rock, killed him straight away probably. Or he was just trapped under it and drowned. And then maybe he survived. Could get very lucky. But yeah, they just found this chunk of earth. I assume it's earth and not rock. On the edge of the landmass here. Rocked it until it fell off, and this guy was just the unlucky one that was stuck on it. That footage has been slowed down, I think, given the way the frames look, or it's AI. I would go probably with slowed down, but it could be AI. Nacho says it's shit. Yeah, there is at farming, but Cain and Abel taught us that farming sometimes involves sacrifice. The guy that landed on the right of the screen there, he's the lucky one because he was stuck on it. But yeah, that guy in the water's probably not very well. The footage ends there, so I assume they look for a while and can't get him out. They try to save him blatantly AI. Yeah, that's a good point. In so many of these cases, they just don't try and help. It's just completely different sensibilities. Slow ones always die first. Well, he was the furthest onto the, well, not necessarily, but he jumped off late. I guess, yeah, that's slowest. He was actually pretty close to the land, that one. He just jumped off too late. He was sort of in the middle of the pack. He wasn't anywhere near the furthest out. The guy that was the furthest out was the second, the guy on the right here that almost died. Oh well. Well, there you go. More Indians dying for no good reason. But this is what I'm talking about. Like, it's K-type versus R-type. The reason they don't care about anyone dying is because that's sort of how their breed works. Significantly more selection. I think once you have a higher standard of living, you go K-type, and K-type leads you to a higher standard of living because it filters out for idiots. Japanese woman calls a Nigerian American woman a nigger inside a Zara in Tokyo. There's just a minor inconvenience in the internal spiral, yeah. It is interesting, though, how their religion is we must escape life. Yeah, I can see why, given you live in India. Okay, let's see what this is.
You called me a nigger. Do not call me a nigger. We don't fucking care who you are. No, I am a Nigerian American. Do not call me a nigger. Go try that. We don't fucking care. Go try your stuff. She said, you bitch, you should have stood over here. And I said, nobody told me this, man. And then she proceeded to call me a nigger. This is not a fucking unit. Go try your stuff or not. But you called me a nigger and you called me a bitch.
You seem like you might be, actually. I mean, you're definitely one. I don't know if you're the other. So they're speaking English, so I assume this is in the US. But she's Japanese.
No, it's in Tokyo.
It's in Tokyo. Oh, so you did say, yeah, it says in Tokyo. Then it's weird that they're speaking English, I guess, because she's American. But if they're in the US...
She's a monkey ape nigger. Of course she doesn't speak Japanese.
If they're in Tokyo, then the Japanese woman should get away with it just fine. And the black woman probably should have thought, like, oh, it's a pretty insular culture. They specifically don't enjoy Africans. So, I don't know, maybe think twice about going there, or at least be ready for people to say this kind of thing. But no, she may have gone there knowing it would happen. Wait, just waiting for this situation to occur.
I have a hard time believing that's Tokyo. They both are American.
Tokyo.
Both have American accents.
It's
What did I
pronounced
say?
Tokyo.
She doesn't have an American accent. She has a Japanese accent.
Does she?
Yeah, listen to her.
Call me a nigger. We don't fucking care who you are.
Let me see again.
I am a Nigerian American. Do not call me.
Really?
We don't fucking care. Go try your stuff. She said, "You bitch, you should have stood over here."
No, her.
It sounds like a
her
Japanese
voice.
accent.
Yeah, that's Asian. Dude, that's not.
It's really.
Yes, quite
Oh,
probably.
is my brain fucked?
Yeah.
Yes, but that's besides the point.
I mean, you at one point didn't detect my accent, so that's kind
No,
of.
I know I did. I know I didn't. I didn't think you. I didn't think you had an accent.
Did you think he was
maybe,
British?
I don't know. No, I thought he was like Canadian or American.
That is
I generally could.
ludicrous. I still
I
cannot
don't know.
believe that you thought that. Seriously.
I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Something's wrong with my accent detection system, I guess.
Yeah, I think so. I think it might be.
I genuinely thought you were like American or Canadian. That's so fucked. Maybe it's just because I live around British accents. That's all I hear all the time. So now I'm just confused about it.
But that wouldn't mean that you assume everything that isn't that is American specifically. That would come from
I
something.
know. Maybe it's so. When I'm in public and I hear someone speaking in an American accent, I go, and I'm like, oh god, I'm like, oh no.
Alert! They've come for me. It's like the North Korean defectors.
It is an actual. It's not like sort of. It's like, oh no, now everyone will know I'm an American, and like now there's another one, and it will seem like we're here together. And like one time I was on the Chippy, and there was it was
Look
so
at Luke,
bizarre.
she's trying so hard. Chippy.
No, but there was. I was saying the local Chippy, the one that's
If you're going to say Chippy, you have to say it in an English accent. It doesn't work in an American accent.
I was down at the local Chippy, the one's closest to us, and I walked in there and I ordered my, I don't know, like our takeaway, and then there was another person in there who had an American accent. And I was like, what the fuck? This isn't. It's like it's not even like a restaurant in town or something where someone could be on vacation. They're at like the local fucking Chippy. That was very bizarre. I didn't know what to do because then I felt so uncomfortable. I didn't want to open my mouth and be like, oh no, this woman at the fucking counter will think we're together. No.
This is the kind of thing that causes Aiden to panic in public, by the way.
Yes, it does.
Straya makes a fair point. Get my Chippy's name out your fucking mouth.
I'll go find them. You can see how authentic and local it is.
You can either recognize world accents or British accents pretty much equal number, and to switch between them ruins the other. Not sure what you mean by that, Doug Smith. Yeah, while you were asleep last night, Nomon, we decided that you're a Greenlandic Dane, apparently.
What?
It's what JK's saying, who wasn't there
I
at
look
the
like
time.
an Eskimo to you.
I haven't seen you in real life. You may do.
Let me tell you a secret. I do not look like an Eskimo.
Only your word to go on, Nomon. All right, that's Aiden's local Chippy doxed.
Oh, who cares?
Yeah, that is pretty chippy. Although I
You
can
know
see
what I
some
mean.
brown in that picture.
There
How'd
is a
that get
brown in the
there?
picture. How did that get there?
Yeah, there's two of them, Aiden.
That's a 50%
There's
brown
a brown
made
and
in
then
that fucking.
no, there's a brown and then there's like a med.
Guernsey is 50% brown?
No.
Wait.
Sample size seems to indicate.
Did you call that clearly Indian woman med? He has a
Is she not
fucking
a
beard, dude.
Is she not a Mediterranean? I guess she is. She Indian? That's his wife. Whatever. They're out there for some weird reason. I don't know.
The pride of Guernsey destroyed by that hairline.
Yeah, we just ignore what it is. Fuck. I just wanted to find a picture of the menu, and no one's looking at the menu. You're all looking at all the other stuff.
I'm looking at the menu. Why the fuck do you guys use colons instead of periods?
I don't know why they've done that.
That's not us guys. That's just them. I don't know why they've done that.
I don't know. I honestly have no idea why they've done that.
It's not a British thing?
Onions,
No.
35.
No.
Ones.
I've never seen anyone else. I don't know
Never
what.
seen that.
I think they probably bought for like a clock.
That's what I was going to say. Yeah. Yeah. But then how are they getting .75?
I don't know. Maybe they eventually figured it out. You can see they've taken things like the sachet of sauce off the menu, for example. I would say this place, it's very good though. It's very good. It's very good chippy.
Wolf says 2 dots are easy to see when you're drunk than 1. As a frequently drunk Northern Englishman, I think Wolf would be the authority on this.
What is like the fucking Taco Bell of England?
I know.
Well, chippies are essentially.
You could become a chippy slave.
I mean, I've honestly thought about getting like a part-time job just to like be normal more. I don't know. I was hoping to work at a school or something, or as a marketing person, not at a chippy. But
I don't want you around children.
That's quite harsh.
I meant at the university. Well, they don't have a university here, but I meant high school. You know, like near adults.
To be fair,
I don't want to teach young children. I can't do it. I would like to teach calculus or something.
Yeah, I was going to say you do have a bad experience with a young child in a teaching environment, so maybe you wouldn't want to be around young children either.
I want to be around near adults. No, she was actually 17 in 364 days.
No, I want to be around people. I want to be around people who will be able to understand fucking statistics and calculus and shit like that. That's what I mean. Like I don't have any. I don't have anything to teach.
My dear sweet summer child.
Children, you know, I don't have anything to teach them.
My dear sweet summer child.
Well, if half the country, if half the island, Aiden, is this color, then good luck.
No, they're not. It's 99% white. Well, maybe it's not that much. It's 96 probably.
That's only the same as here. On the mainland.
Well, you live in a nice place. You live in but where you live is 96% white, 97% white. Yeah.
It's actually a bit lower than that, I think, but it's still in the 90s.
Well, overwhelmingly, it's if you count citizenry, it's even. I mean, it's probably 98. It's probably like 97, 96. Actually, I'm gonna be.
You let them in. You let them in.
I didn't do that. No, I know, but like still, it's almost you. Well, you can't get citizenship here. You have to be. It's birthright citizenship.
Well, you may not have done it yourself, Aiden, but who but you can take responsibility for the situation as it is? Do not cry.
Well, Guernsey has done an excellent job, which is that if you are not, first of all, so citizenry does matter here, JK. You can't keep living here if you're not a citizen or a permanent resident. And there's only certain ways you can become a permanent resident. And one of the ways is the way that I've done it is by living with Bill and his family.
Straya makes a good point. My favorite thing is when 56% white America mocks the 80% white UK over being brown.
Mm-hmm. It's real cute.
Yeah, Nacho is a natural knock. Real quiet right now.
Don't say it's cute, Aiden. Don't you fucking traitor. Don't you fucking say it's cute.
It is. It's cute when brown as fuck, approaching 50% halfsies in America, people get all fucking like, oh, the brown European countries. Bro, no country in Europe is anywhere near as much mystery meat and mutt mix as America is. Holy crap.
It used to be mutt mixed Europeans.
It used to be, and that was fun.
It used to be. It used to be up until about 40 years ago.
8-bit makes a good point. Aiden, order me something from the chippy.
Reagan.
Probably about 30 years ago, but it started for about. I went over it in my my video on the Trivers-Wheeler hypothesis. I track the trajectory of the white replacement in the U.S.
Shameless plug.
Yeah, I'm always shamelessly plugging. It's generally like if you want more information, that's where to find it.
Please don't plug on stream. 8-bit is actually on my side, unlike the rest of the Woman Alliance, and she's asking, have I told you my order from the chippy so you can buy it for me yet?
Oh. Well, by the time it gets there, it's going to be really cold.
Well, then, I mean, there's other alternatives for you to get food to me.
Oh, dude, he'll fucking, he'll reheat it in the air fryer, don't you know?
Yeah. Okay. Why don't you tell me your order from the chippy, and then I'll send you a pizza roll. I'll put it in an envelope and I'll send it to the mainland. There you go.
Oh yeah. Last time you had something sent to me went really well.
Yeah. Well, what do you want? I'll put it. What do you? Okay. Out of this
That's fantastic. Are you aware of menu, the Aiden pizza meme yet?
No.
She has bought me several pizzas and will do again.
How many has it been at this point? By the way, I do want to know. I
10
probably
to
looked
15?
through my. It's been that many.
Yes.
I mean, hang on. I can actually look through my Uber Eats.
If you include the ones while you were here, it's probably closer to 20.
I'm not going to count the ones that when I was there because I ate those. Can I see my order history? Okay.
Basically,
I have a recommendation.
You go on.
I posted a video a little while ago. It's very funny, and it's even related to food deliveries.
All right, hold on. Where is it? Okay.
I pinged you with it.
谁家订的？180，180。他订啥吃的？奶茶啊！我能不能喝一口啊？你等会儿啊。
What the fuck？
彪哥，新年快乐！哎，你整这玩意儿整的，你这耽误时间。
Okay, I mean, I get it. Why would you not have the same number on both doors? Can I have
I got 1.
For the express purpose of
doing this.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
She's counted the pizzas she sent me. One wasn't even here, by the way.
Yeah. That's it.
12? Well, JK gets the fucking points. JK gets 12.
There you go. Who betted 12? Who bet 12? There you go.
Straya, where was the meme that you sent?
Looks like we all know who wears the pants in this relationship, huh?
I'm not doing it anymore. I'm taking a stand and saying no. I will not be.
To be fair, you said that before.
I will not.
Oh yeah, okay, okay. Whatever you say, yeah. They would definitely hold up that end of the bargain.
I will not be
I'm sure.
manipulated anymore into buying this fat fuck, and you can tell he's fat because of how tall he is. That's how you know.
Oh
that's how
yeah,
it
I'm
works.
so
that's why he
sure.
can't fit in this fucking onesie.
Aiden, this is what you look like when you say this.
What do you mean by this?
What do you mean? What do I mean by this? Isn't it obvious? Look at him. It's you.
What? What? Because my legs are spindly.
Well, actually, yes. I originally I had no reason to liken you, but yes, that actually lesser spindly preening North American otter tit.
Oh, like 5. I've bought you 13 pizzas since.
Well, it's gone up by 1. Was it 12?
No, it's 13.
Well, let's make it lucky 13 then.
No, it is 13.
Well, let's make it lucky 14 then.
No. I'm not buying you another fucking pizza.
You're fucking retarded. What the hell is wrong with you?
October of 2025, which is the first time I bought you a pizza, I bought you 13.
Okay. Well, then why not?
How many pizzas is that a month? How many pizzas is that a month? Hang on.
Much more than 1.
Well, no, it's clearly, but let's see. October to May. October.
And no amount of college education will ever convince you that you're not a complete and utter moron.
I can't do basic maths because I have dyscalculia. So like December, March, April, May. In 4 months, I've bought you 13 pizzas. Holy fuck. What the fuck? It's only been 4 months? Yeah, I'm going to put it on. That's 2.56 pizzas a month. 2.6 pizzas a month. What the fuck?
All right, now let's compare that to the amount of pizzas she bought Bill.
Well, I make all the food here, dude. I don't fucking... First of all, there's no place to order from. What I made most recently was I made some fucking Mexican food, which is really good. And
no place to order from, eh?
All sorts of ideas.
There's plenty of places around here you could order from.
Excuses.
I got all sorts of... I'll post what I made the other day.
Aiden, I actually haven't been able to eat today, and now I'm sad and hungry, and I'm still here streaming. I'm wearing the bee costume.
Bee costume.
Yeah, no, you didn't.
No, you're not.
You didn't. You bought my shoulder a bee costume that you're going to have for yourself.
I will repost my delicious taco dinner. By the way, it took me a week to eat all of this. All the stuff that went into it. But I pushed in the wrong chat,
typical Aiden taco eater. I always knew she was one of them.
Yeah, well, I literally just finished it this morning. Or no, yesterday.
Do you want to hear about a VTuber who was arrested in the UK for doing a drawing?
Yeah.
This is going to be controversial.
Still not pop up. Oh, Tower 2. Whoops.
UK-based,
like literally every single fucking chat.
UK-based VTuber and artist Mimi Yanagi was arrested on April 20th for her own on Hitler's birthday for her own drawings of anime-style characters. These drawings were 100% fictional, they say, made up by her with no real people involved. UK law still treats these kinds of drawings as illegal child pornography, it says. Police took all her computers and devices. She has now been released on bail, but she's not allowed to post any adult content. She must use an account name approved by the police. He says the UK has lost you can't even draw now, they'll put you in prison. I'm half and half on this one, because yeah, the criticism of the UK here is valid for many other cases, but I'm not sure about this one, because if she was drawing child pornography, just drawn, then I wouldn't exactly defend her.
I do think I looked into this. I remember this story. This is several months old. I do think it was not just chibi. I think
April
it was
20th. Several months. What do you mean several?
Well, I've seen or a month. What I've seen this before. Sorry, it's older than a week old.
Yeah, but it's not
there may
as
be
much as a
similar
month.
cases, but this is like a VTuber specifically. It says arrested on April 20th.
Yeah, it does.
No, the arrest. I'm sorry. The Charles Kitsune is what I was reacting. Sorry, that one I had seen. Sorry, I thought that's what you had.
But that's the same story.
I don't know about this one. Okay, well, I saw this post on Reddit.
I think this is the same person. I did see this earlier. This is the husband posting about it. It says much the same thing, but the police also confiscated a bunch of her like figurines and stuff, which is a really weird choice. Like, again, there's things here to criticize about the UK police. I don't know what their justification for that could possibly be.
There are different stories as far as I'm aware.
Are they? Okay, well that would change it.
Okay, all right. So I saw what Charza posted a long time ago, but a little bit ago. This is different. However, I think it's a different case. But I don't know. I kind of agree with it.
All right,
agree with what
get
side
the fuck out of here. I
didn't used to agree with that kind of stuff, but now I after years and years of seeing and being a libertarian and being very libertine in the sense of like, okay, you do whatever you want as long as you're not hurting anybody. I have come to understand that I don't think that can actually work in society.
Are we good?
I have.
This is the fucking lolly debate as always.
Yeah.
No, I mean
I don't want to get. I don't want to get into the mud on this one. But bear in mind, she quote unquote isn't. They're a tranny, male to female apparently.
Yeah, of course.
So is that what they're saying?
That's apparently the case from the sources I have. That does put a different spin on it because we know that they are generally fetishists, and that's why they do it.
Yeah.
I think one of the comments said this, and I don't have a sort of confirmation of that. So if you know better, please tell me. Someone in the chat did say this. Literally, a troon cosplaying as a woman who draws CP, he says. Now, this is a harsh report on it, but I wouldn't be surprised. They say if you make CP, you should get executed, he says. Don't care if it's a drawing. Yeah. And I mean, that is one of the extreme positions on this, but I can't really disagree very strongly with it.
Yeah.
Drawings are not as bad as real, but I don't think it should just be ignored. Well, there's a distinction between sexualized drawings of children and just drawings of animated children. The latter is usually okay, the former is not. The former indicates a paedophilic intent as well, which is presaging to actual child abuse. Not just as if it's with children, I don't give a fuck, death drawings or not. It's understandable. He says if you tolerate this, the next step after that will be them making AI CP because it doesn't harm any children. There's some truth to that. That could be a risk. AI images may, we can't know for sure, may use pictures of real child pornography in their data set, or at least real children, in order to generate. So it's the same thing as taking, this is disgusting, but same thing as some pedophile taking a picture of a child, a safe picture of a child, and editing it to be sexual. AI is just doing that automatically. So if someone uses AI to make CP, it is often going to have used images of real children to make it. Yes, mixed together, but still. So AI CP would be almost as bad, if not as bad, as real CP. And drawing is a step below, but it's still bad.
The drawing stuff, my last remaining argument for it is only in that with Japanese stuff, all the time they will draw characters and say like, this character is 25 years old. Yeah. And then you look at how the character like looks and they're flat chested and they look, and I'm not talking about like in pornography, I'm talking about like in actual anime series, like, proper ones that are aired and things like that on regular television. Which if you draw fan art of that character, then I mean, like I don't. That kind of does place it into a great place for me. Whereas I'm concerned that pedophiles will flock to that stuff, but at the same time, if the character acts like an adult and things like that, I'm not. I don't know. Like I said, it's a bit gray area for me.
So,
I used to be way more like libertarian on, not anymore.
So JKO makes a good point, obviously, and doesn't invalidate anything we've said. But he's right to bring it up, that prioritization, there are much worse cases that the police aren't going after. And that's a big point to make along with this. But we can still discuss whether this should be pursued at all whilst acknowledging that. Because there's actual rapists that are being released or not pursued while someone that drew something is being pursued. That's obviously
we need to get at least the priorities need to get straight. Go and arrest actual rapists, of which there are thousands in the UK who are just let loose.
Charza, you're welcome to join the stream audience channel. I really just have that there because it allows me to click start on the event. So, but we're talking Tower 1. You can join wherever you want, though. So, Atarok is linked to this. The Mimi Yanagi situation is a blatant grift. It says all of her social media is still up and she has absolutely no videos on any of them. She has no streaming history. I'm sure there will be a claim that she had them removed, but do they really think the authorities would go to the effort of deleting all the videos instead of having them deactivated? Even her Bilibili is empty, which I think is the Chinese one. The UK government...
Bilibili is like, it's a Chinese social media platform,
Thank you, Aiden. Authorities will go to the effort of deleting all of them. The UK government was able to get the Chinese social media platform to delete them. They even still have blatant lolly art displayed on them, so I guess the government only cared about her Twitter page. She can still display that stuff on her. So, to be fair, if his argument is the government would never be this incompetent, I got some news for you. They definitely could. He says, here's her card if you want to see for yourself. Again, note that it has a really suggestive lolly picture on display. Hell, her Twitter accounts are blue check marks, so she was. I'm not going to show the lolly image on stream, but chat, if you'd like me to, I can open it myself and give you just an idea of, is this bad? You want me to do that? I'm willing to for the news, for the coverage. Kind of question. It's just pink. Describes himself as bratty bunny girl. This is reminding me of the Indian story from earlier, where this is clearly a male sexual fantasy. It's just that in this case, they're imposing it on themselves rather than on some coworker, some female coworker. This one says, it's also suspicious how she's said she's able to stream as they have tight restrictions for this type of stuff. Also, she's privated her main account, which isn't allowed, as once they seize your accounts in the UK, you're not allowed to alter it or even log into them, as it can count as tampering with evidence, which in some cases that would make sense. She's also verified her secondary Twitter account right after putting it all out there. Overall, wouldn't surprise if she was arrested and being investigated, since what she did would be illegal in the UK and other Western countries like the US. I'm not sure if it would be. But everything is being really suspicious overall when you start to look up the little details. You don't understand, the government said she's still allowed to stream and monitor her account because of course they did, and the other account is totally her legal name. Yeah, I don't know. Same person license, I think, links back to their accounts. Yeah, might be. It's not illegal here, says Charles. Okay. Troon voice. Okay, well let's listen to the Troon voice. It could be her. Do you think we'll need Di to verify this, or do you think we'll be able to figure it out for ourselves?
Oh my god! Look at how much better I am when I don't have everyone, like, throwing me off. Look at how well I'm handling him now. Like, compared to when you guys had, like, the power to control me.
I don't know, that's debatable. I mean, chat's saying she's a
tranny.
It definitely could be. Voice is a bit grating, yeah, but yeah, there probably, I think there are women that sound like that, but it definitely could be a tranny. Mimi Yanagi transgender. Funnily enough, I'm gonna use Google for that one. Okay, so there's a lot of stories about it, but it doesn't say transgender anywhere. They have a blue sky, which means that they're probably a leftist at least. Let's see what it says on there. Oh, deactivated.
Check
on
the
Blue Sky.
about. Yeah, check the about on the Twitch channel that I linked to. Go to about.
Nikki and
Yeah, the name's a bit different.
Yeah.
This is Nikki instead of Mimi, so I don't know if it's the same person. But if you go to the about section and click on the Twitter link that they have, it links back to a suspended account.
That is, yeah, it's Nikki and Uggy. I don't. It definitely could be someone different, but
yeah, so I don't know because
yeah,
it's a suspended. So I don't know.
I think if it was legal, it would say deactivated.
No, because right. Well, because the account for the person in question, the Mimi person, is still up. That's the I just linked that's the account. That the current we're talking about, and even then the avatar is different. But again, this was from 4 years ago. There's no other videos on the Twitch channel. I couldn't find a Mimi Yanagi anywhere on Twitch, so
nothing here about them being trans either. Okay, let's search for it then. Mimi Yanagi trans. We'll try it on here.
The reason I thought it could be the same person is because the Twitter for Mimi Yanagi says bunny girl VTuber of sorts, and then on the Twitch profile for the Nikki Yanagi person, it's British VTuber that lines up furry anime cat.
Two people here are saying they're not trans.
How close it could be, but
Mimi Yabai, wasn't that the one that she said that's the name she had to use?
Not sure.
Posts are all hidden.
Okay. Yeah, they're protected considering the situation.
If they are a leftist, which some stuff, the fact they have a Blue Sky account implies, then maybe they wouldn't. It doesn't seem as plausible that they'd like do this as a stunt for clout because they wouldn't subscribe to the notion of government censorship being bad. Then again, woman, if they are a woman, so selfishness or tranny could apply to both. But yeah, I don't have much not much confirmation that they are actually trans, and some people are saying that they're not. She's not a trans Lamau, they just use trans girl doll aesthetics, apparently.
There isn't really a lot of information on this, like, in general. So, unfortunately, nothing can really be confirmed apart from what that initial statement was.
Apparently, some of the lolly art had animals in it as well.
Well, that's also part of the thing. I don't know if the lolly art itself was actually SFW or if it was NSFW. It's not. That's also not confirmed either. I think there's a lot of speculation there. If it's just art of her own VTuber, her own OC VTuber, that's safe for work, then that's draconian, laws from the UK. If it is, like lolly art, gross. Lolly art isn't like NSFW lolly art. That's a different story. Again, gray area. I don't really want to fucking debate the free speech implications on that currently, but
yeah,
more understandable in that case. But we don't actually know.
No. So
but given the fact that it's the UK, I could believe that if it was safe for work stuff, they would still fucking do this. So just not having a lot of information really kind of fucks it over.
So I'm seeing mixed reports on whether they are trans. Several people saying yes, several people saying no. So I don't know. And the audio clip that we played earlier that actually not linked may not have been her. Hard to tell. I don't know if they ever appeared on video. That it would be easier to determine otherwise. And there would be clips around, surely, if there were.
Well, the Reddit statement when saying that it could be a grift made me look into looking at a YouTube channel, looking at a Twitch channel, and I couldn't find anything. That's all I could find is what I showed you. There's nothing on YouTube.
UK bail conditions cannot dictate what you can call yourself online or how safe for work you're supposed to be. They just can't. Well, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they just took liberties there. But then again, the idea that the UK government, particularly Labour, would pursue this kind of thing, it does happen, but it's a bit harder to believe. A number of social media platforms in the UK do ask for age verification with a face scan or ID. If you just tack on a Twitter premium subscription, it will show up as verified. Australia has similar laws. Highly peculiar and unlikely to be real. This particular detail is actually not that old. Okay. Illegal to erase your history after being charged with a crime like this. Exactly. Searching Reddit.vt, I can't find any mention of her before this. That's interesting. I can find some old art, but I see no history of her being a VTuber at all. Maybe a VTweeter.
Yeah. Here's... I'll spoiler this. This is something that this person tweeted at themselves in regards to their own character.
Yeah, that's pretty lolly and pretty sexualized.
In this situation, I might agree with the UK here.
Yeah.
As much as that fucking pains me, I think they might be correct.
I'm going to sleep, by the way. Good night. Bye-bye.
Good night, Aiden.
Bye.
Good night, Aiden.
Good time.
I honestly half agree. I mean, I'm okay, let's censor, but let's censor everything. I don't want to see Loli, and it is perfect that it doesn't exist, but I don't want to see that Loli is banned and the Shota keeps going. I don't want to see books that are literally pedophilic books. Like, for example, Tampa, there is a complete novel about a female teacher raping a boy. And that's completely okay to sell. But no, if we are going to censor everything that it is porn, even what it includes women abusing boys. Because apparently people forget that the women also consume an astounding amount of porn and an astounding amount of pedophilic porn. And I will only see it as a problem when it is the men doing it. It is always a problem.
Yeah, I wouldn't go also name searching this person on Twitter. I'm not liking what I see. Do not.
Yeah. There doesn't seem to be any online presence of this person, and no one on this thread was able to find anything. Pretending to be a nonce for clout. I mean, the way that the government has allegedly treated this case is weird and like seemingly not believable. The idea of you can keep using social media, you pedophile. You just make sure you don't post any more pedo stuff. That seems odd. And the idea that you have to use a particular name for your social media account, which I don't think that makes sense either. That's all odd. The fact that there's no record of them before this, and that all their social media was efficiently cleared, even on Blue Sky and as they say, the Chinese one, it doesn't really make sense. But the notion that they could be faking it for clout, that sort of lines up, that sort of fits, especially if they are a no-hoper V-tweeter. So yeah, I would lean towards it's a lie for clout, especially if they are a tranny. I would just find that a bit more believable. Nothing ever happens, bro. Stay winning, he says, which, yeah, maybe in this case. Yeah. That's where I'd lean then. Let's have a look at this this card site in a separate tab. Yeah, there's nothing here. It's just a bit of text in the middle. All right, well, now we know. Okay, anything else on that, chat? They doxed the full names, faces, and addresses of all the Southport protesters, but give nonsense full legal protection. The identity moved as a school zones allowed to use social media. I'm sure there are cases like that, yeah. Okay. Right, let's see what we have next. Yeah, this was interesting. So this is some sort of hostage taking I think in Asia. Does it say where exactly? It doesn't say where, but I'm not sure actually. It might have been somewhere Hispanic. We'll see.
I think this was like a Middle Eastern airport or something.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Eastern Europe.
I'll have a look. Let's get that lined up. So he's got one of these. He's got a knife. Everyone's very, very worried. She's panicking. And then there's this one guy in the brown shirt here. I'm not sure how he manages it, but after a little while of more screaming, he manages to convince this guy to do the following. Say again a bit?
Watch it to the end. I've seen this video.
I will. So he's managed to convince this guy to take him hostage instead and to let the air hostess go, which is strange because he could hold her by the hair and overpower her easily, but now he's got this male who he can't hold by the hair because he's got almost none, and who he probably can't overpower as easily. He's still got a knife, but that's his only advantage now. Maybe he just wanted the screaming to stop. The visuals here look oddly enhanced, like the lines are darker than they should be, which makes me think maybe it's AI, but it looks a bit too coherent to be AI.
It's not.
There you go. He grabs the knife, and then all the police run in and apprehend him. So I don't know.
Also was from years ago, before AI really started taking off.
Okay.
Yeah, it was. This is an older video.
Oh, okay, I only just saw it. So the guy in the brown shirt was, I guess, very, very brave if he volunteered for this position and just nailed it, just grabbed the knife straight out of his hand. And the police were able to move in. That was the only advantage the guy had, was the knife. Maybe it says watch to the end.
Well, that was the end where the guy actually snatched a knife.
Yeah, okay. Should we watch that again then? Very brave to do this. Because that could have been death. If you fail that, he could have just stabbed you immediately. Very, very brave. But yeah, nailed it. Well done. In Flint, really? This is in the US? Yeah, Charles, I don't know if we can check the public record on that arrest. It might not be. And if there's any kind of restrictions around it, then it wouldn't be. That can happen.
Also, it looked like he was holding the knife and something else with the knife.
Yeah. It was very impressive he got it. It might have been not a full knife, but just the blade, because it slipped out of his hand very easily. I would have thought that if it was a knife with a proper handle, you wouldn't be able to pull it by the blade out of someone's hand when they were holding it by the handle. But he got it. So it might have been just a shard of metal or something. The people surrounding him didn't know what it was, though, so they had to treat it like it could have been a knife, I suppose. Anyway, yeah, there you go. Let's see what we've got next. Yeah, so this is the assassination attempt on Trump. More footage was released. I don't think there's any audio to this. Yeah, exactly, Solna, exactly. So this is, I think this is the guy. It looks like the guy that tried the assault. He's walking through this hallway. Now, I'm not sure exactly what's happening in the early shots here. So he goes into some sort of gym, talks to the person at reception, wanders around a bit, and then leaves. Not sure what he was doing there. Walks off. Very, very funny, fast animation. 3 minutes pass. Comes back. I think I might need some more context for this. He walks back past the gym. And then he's got a coat now. So I think the gun is in the coat at this point. And now this is the area. So he walks into the bathroom. Oh, I assume it's a bathroom. Into a room anyway. Maybe there's 2 entrances to the gym. No, actually, I think I know what happened. I think he goes in there. So when he went in there on the first day, he stashed the gun maybe in the corner of the room. Maybe he knew that this was going to happen. And then this camera is from a different view. So in the top left of this image, I assume this is what was happening. The top left of this image is where we were viewing from before. So we saw him go into the door near us, which was the gym, walked in all the way to the back, did something at the back. I assume stowed the gun. Now he's gone in there again on a different day. Initially, the dog was going in to try to see what was going on. The dog seemed suspicious of him, seemed to want to sniff him. But then he's gone in. I assume he's got the gun. We've got a different perspective now. And then once he's got the gun, which he smuggled in earlier, runs straight past the dog. As soon as it leaves with the gun that he stowed, starts firing, alerts everyone, then they start firing back. And then at that point, he didn't get very much further. So they got him at this point. But it looks like that, yeah, he went in. This is my hypothesis, because I think this is the same room. It's just that, see, in the top right of here, that's where the camera would have been from the other shot, I think. He went in here with, he didn't have the gun at this point. How did he stash it? I don't know. I might be off on that. Also, that's a double door. Is it a double door? I guess you can't really see from here. Let's see. Oh, someone just sent more details about this, but they removed it. I assume it was not quite right. If there's meant to be audio on this, I'll need to restart my Firefox, because that does happen sometimes. Reese, do not kill yourself. Let's just see if this plays audio, because otherwise I'll need to... Yeah, it does. I assume this doesn't have audio then. May need more context to this. So they catch the guy. There's a slow-mo bit there, which is really useful. So what's the details here? Only 3 that ran away were women, apparently. Okay, the guard, sorry about my dog, sir. Hey, that's a nice gun. Okay, well, bye. Yeah, so did the guard actually see? Yeah, he was talking to, he did look like he was looking at the guy. And then moved off, and the guy runs out with the gun. So I assume that he was hiding the gun just behind him while this guy was talking to him, which is remarkable that he didn't think to look in this high security scenario. He's not like, hey, what have you got just behind your arm there, sir? Can you show me that? And just let him run past. Oh yeah, what, crossfire, is that the word for it? That's not great. I want to know what the beginning part was. This guy says staged. I don't suspect it was. Situational awareness was ridiculous. Nobody heard him running towards them. I could believe it. It's a sudden shocking situation. I could believe that they took a few seconds to react.
Look at this video in continuation. Oh, there it is right there, actually. Same thing I just posted. The dog.
Yeah, that was in the one I showed before. The dog definitely was suspicious. And then the guy is just standing there talking to him for a few seconds at least. But then just lets him past. Because I assume that the video doesn't show him pulling out the gun. I assume that he had it hidden when he was talking to the guy. Or maybe the guy was talking to someone else that was by the doorway. And then our guy, the assassin, runs past them. So yeah, that is very odd. Yeah, Pug, I think that's the original video I just showed. What I want to know is the first bit when he walks into the gym. I don't know why that happened. Because he can't have been stashing it. He didn't have it with him. Unless he had stashed it already before the security footage that we saw here. Because I think this is the same room. Although, I don't know. No, it can't be the same room. Unless this is not the same door from earlier. He's in here. There's no other door. The layout doesn't match. If we look here, which door would that have to be? Because it can't be the same door. So let me turn on the my cursor so you can see what I'm pointing at. Yeah. So if you look up here, the door here, I was assuming earlier that door is this door. in the gym that he walks into. But it's not. Because in this door, you can see that there's a dip in the wall here, and there's no door between it. But then in this footage, there isn't. And it looks more like a single door. So that can't be the same one. But I think it probably is the same hallway. There's a break in the carpet here. Does that match anything here? Not obviously. So if it is the same hallway, it must be from a different perspective again. Hold on, let's... Yeah, I don't know. It might not be the same hallway. It's very hard to tell. Either way, I'm not sure why they showed him walking to the gym here. Does anyone else know?
Couldn't tell you.
Let's, what was his name? Was, something called... Jump to, gym before shooting. I don't think that's the same thing. Suspect shooting Secret Service, probably something different. Tried to storm White House. Cole Allen, that was it. Charged through security in 4 seconds. Posing with weapons. Must have been before the incident. I don't know why they got such low resolution images. Walking down a Washington Hilton corridor on the eve of the gala, popping into the hotel's gym. But why? Was that pure coincidence? Just casing the area, it says, the hotel day before the dinner. So, okay, what that would show is that it's definitely premeditated, but that's kind of obvious anyway. That, like, he planned it a day before. That's what it would show, I guess. So he didn't stow the weapon. He still had it with him when he walked in. So that's the layout. Okay, thank you for finding that. Appreciate it. It looks like my original hypothesis probably was wrong, but I don't know where it would be. So lobby level, I assume it was on the lowest level. Gift shop. Where is the gym? Health club. Maybe that's it. It's not. I guess this area here is where the main event was happening. Terrace level. Oh no, international ball. I guess it was there. So upstairs. So he must have been still quite a long way from it. He was on the wrong floor entirely. If health club is the gym. Concourse fire. Couldn't be any of those. I don't know if it was health club. I'm not sure how big these are. It might have been a really small room. Sports bar. I don't think it was. It didn't look like a bar. Piscataway. Great name. Could be unlabeled on this. Someone's got another map. Where the shooting occurred. Okay. So terrace level. Yeah. So he was on the terrace level. And then concourse level. Trump and Melania are. Yeah, they were there. Yeah. So my guesses from just now were correct. So he wasn't even on the right floor before he got shot. Interesting. Pixar kind of cringe, yeah. No, he's a badass. No, look at him. Look at him. He's taking a mirror selfie of him with weapons. Maybe looking for dumbbell racks, then you can find a gun. Well, he was, he didn't have the gun with him when he was there before. I think the idea that he was just, as they say, casing the area is more likely, which is certainly not going to help in the trial. if he tries to say, oh, it was a crime of passion. No, it fucking wasn't. No, it absolutely wasn't. Carrying a semi-automatic handgun. It looked like a rifle to me, but I guess, you know, the ATF's gun classification laws may be messing with it here. Pump action shotgun and 3 knives as he ran through a terrace level. Oh, okay. I guess the shotgun was the rifle looking one he had. 1 floor above the basement ballroom where the high-profile press gala was unfolding. Wait, above? This is getting even more confusing. Lobby level, terrace level. So no, I think the BBC is wrong there. It must be. Hang on, 1 floor above the basement ballroom. Basement ballroom. So that must mean that the concourse is either the lowest level But then the lobby surely is the lowest level. I guess it must be, no, it must be underground. Yeah, I guess it's underground. That's a strange choice. Okay, that's weird, but fair enough. Not what I expected. Okay, the building goes up. I guess it's just not showing the higher levels. Trump and GD Vance were there. High quality version clip shared by Trump. Footage shows nearly a dozen security agents. Long dark coat walks through the corridor, disappears into a doorway. A moment later, the gunman, having shed his coat, reemerges and sprints through the metal detector with both hands on what appears to be a gun. His coat was concealing a 12-gauge shotgun, according to an affidavit filed by prosecutors. The footage appears to show an officer fire his handgun at the suspect. Prosecutors have said the agent was hit by gunfire, but the alleged assailant was not shot. They might have shot each other then. A Secret Service spokesman told the BBC on Thursday the officer was struck in a ballistic vest, but was not seriously injured. That's fortunate. Probably wasn't the shotgun then. I may be wrong, but wouldn't being hit in a ballistic vest by a shotgun actually penetrate it? I guess there's different
depends on the
kinds of shot.
If it's bird shot, absolutely not.
Yeah.
Buckshot, maybe. Slugs, probably not. Yeah, but you probably go through. It also depends on the level of the vest too.
Yeah.
You would assume that they have the highest level vests if they're Secret Service. But we've kind of seen that them cutting corners. So
yeah,
who knows? Indeed.
Let's have a look at the footage. So they've got suits on, so we probably can't tell what they're wearing underneath. And I'd be surprised if it was the heaviest duty one, because it's usually very thick, isn't it? And given that they're wearing suits, it could be soft armor instead of hard armor. I'm not an expert, chap, but I don't know if Kevlar would block anything from a shotgun. No evidence the shooting was the result of friendly fire, they say. Well, maybe, but they also probably would say that. Just to hold Allen in custody pending trial, makes no mention of any officer being shot. Says that as the suspect ran through the checkpoint, the Secret Service officer observed the defendant fire the shotgun in the direction of the stairs leading down to the ballroom. So he ran past where he was supposed to go. This guy was very incompetent, wasn't he? Earlier statements in charging documents alleged that one officer was hit in the ballistic vest by a single shot fired by the suspect. So it might have been a really weak kind of shotgun shell then that wouldn't have penetrated it. But enough to penetrate flesh if he'd shot at Trump, but maybe not enough to kill him though, especially if it was at range. Defense lawyers for Allen have questioned prosecutors' claims that their client opened fire. There is a moment in the footage where it does look like he takes a shot. Right there, as he's running past here, it does look like he takes a shot, but it's hard to tell. Yeah, it looks like he shoots straight at them. So he raises the gun, he's got it lowered, and then as he runs through the gate, he raises it, and that is where he might have taken a shot, but it's really hard to tell. It looks in this frame like the officer is shooting. I think it must have very, very narrowly missed him. And then he shoots again there, which must have hit the wall up here. But neither of them hit him. He's run past. But from what the document just said, bottom left of the screen down here is where the ballroom was. He shot in that direction, but didn't hit anyone. He was on the wrong level. So there's not much of a chance he was ever going to get through. Soft body armor, not plate carriers. Yeah, I would guess that makes it a bit weaker. But again, I'm sure it does depend on what he's got in the shotgun. But if one of them was hit and not injured, probably wasn't anything particularly strong. Gut holding box could have just tripped him for the lols. Oh, guy holding the box, yeah. And that's why scouts are crap. Yeah, he was. I wouldn't expect to see that kind of strategy from someone that knows what they're doing with guns, running really fast. But then, if Trump was in this room, that would have been an effective strategy, I think. But he would have been surrounded by a lot of Secret Service, most likely, and everyone would have been in higher alert. I guess they were on slightly lower alert. I mean, they were disassembling the metal detectors. I guess they had. Maybe the entrance was closed at a later point, a further out point, so they assumed no one would get through. These guys did not seem to be on alert before he ran through. Maybe they should have been. But it was, as mentioned, it was on a completely different floor from the actual ballroom where Trump was. So I guess they assumed there was no chance of anyone getting through. No, there's no way that was actually the weapon used, Mofaku. An antique. If anyone does have the weapon that was used, let me know. Stop doxing Deng's guns. Oh no, this is Arsenal posting. The channel I don't go in. All right. Anything else on this one, chat? On this story? Otherwise, I'll move on. But yeah, he's not getting out of this one. He managed to seriously injure no one, and he's going to just lose his entire life over it. Most likely in prison for decades. Pug, there are leftists celebrating. I saw when on the day it happened, we looked into it. I think we were streaming at the time, and I saw people saying, "You missed again, God damn it!" Yeah, that kind of thing.
Yeah, they hit all over the. You had one job and you fucked it up.
Yeah,
sort of thing. Like more of the same when the first two assassination attempts. More of the same after Charlie Kirk.
Yeah,
they're just a violent, evil death cult.
Indeed,
just usual.
Indeed, Pug. The guy was half. Well, I didn't know actually, but he looks half white, half black. Wasn't he a teacher? How does that keep happening? Eufio was a teacher. If anyone remember a Eufio, a lot of other weird leftists are teachers, and teachers are weird leftists. Merchant says, from what I've seen, a shotgun is extremely unlikely to penetrate a Kevlar soft vest unless it was hardened steel or tungsten penetrated core. Makes sense? Californian teacher. Yeah. Was this in California? This happened? I can't remember. Or was it somewhere else? You distantly remember Eufio. Yeah, it was a long time ago. It was in DC. Long way to travel then for that. The most shocking thing about this whole event is that from what I have seen, no one has tried to blame Sam Hyde. That's a good point. I guess because we have, like the culprit's identity was revealed at the same time everyone knew about it. Like within a few minutes, Trump revealed it. Black Hyde. Stress is premeditated. It certainly was premeditated. He spent 12 hours going by train through multiple cities. It was definitely premeditated. There's no doubt of that. The extra footage here where he's casing the area seemingly beforehand just adds to that. And I get a pirate voice. Oh, hold on. I'm trying to assassinate the president, but me blunderbuss is antique and its clanking keeps alerting the guards. Or there you go, Daddy. There's your pirate voice. It's Nacho's second favorite voice. Where are the lefties crying about this guy crossing state lines with weapons? Yeah, quite. All right. Yeah, he thought it was from Assassin's Creed Black Flag. All right, good. That's that story then. Let's move on to something else. Elon has said the word true to something that is almost certainly false. Peter H. Diamandis says Sundar Pichai has just said data centers in space will be the new normal within a decade. Elon Musk has been saying this for years. When the CEO of Google starts agreeing with Elon, pay attention. The orbital compute era is closer than you think, and Elon says true. Here's my hypothesis. This is dumb as fuck. And why are CEOs saying it? Have I missed something here, chat? Or is this actually as dumb as fuck as it sounds? Few things. Firstly, I'm sure I am missing something because they must realize this. The main thing people think of when they think of data centers in space as the benefit would be cooling. That's not how physics works. Just because space is quote unquote cold doesn't mean you can cool things with it. Cooling happens because air or something else takes heat away from the thing you want to keep cool. In space, there isn't any of that. In fact, cooling stuff on the ISS, for example, is really difficult because you can't just use the ambient air to travel the heat away. You've got to actually have a system that cools it in the ISS or radiates it through some sort of like air exchange, I guess, when you've got to generate more. I don't know exactly how it works, but you can't just exhaust hot air because there's no cold air to replace it. There's nothing to bring in. So you've got to cool it in situ. And they have computers up there, so they have to be extremely efficient. What's the point of putting? And also, they do sometimes require human maintenance. If a part needs replacing, you've got mean time to failure, or whatever the expression is for hard drives. Now, I don't think they're using too many hard drives in modern data centers, but surely some, they fail. You've got to have a system to replace them. And the comparison between going into a building, by the way, there's quite a lot of land on Earth that you could just put, and it doesn't need to do special land, just flat land with a connection to the grid. Going to somewhere physically and replacing a hard drive with another one that you've got in your massive storage bay, which you couldn't have in space, isn't too difficult. Doing that in space is millions upon millions of dollars or whatever to do it. Now, you could do a space data center with no hard drives and only solid state components that will take ages to go wrong. But they still could go wrong. And at that point, you're really limited on the performance that you can get compared to on Earth. Now, the only advantage that I can see to this system, the only advantage is that solar power is way cheaper in space than it is on Earth. But I think the heat issue, the maintenance issue, and the getting it up there at scale issue will probably completely erase that benefit. Now, I haven't looked at Ginger's comment yet, which I'm sure is very insightful, so I'll do that now. But that's my initial read on this. Am I wrong? Ginger says, space-based data centers are dumb as fuck for two reasons. Cooling is shite, and radiation, that's a good point, didn't think of that. Radiation fucks electronics very fast and easily, meaning there will be a need for tons of shielding or frequent replacements. Never mind, this is a wonderful idea. In fact, I think all data centers should be jettisoned to space ASAP. No, I think this makes no fucking sense whatsoever. Am I missing something? Elon! Sundar, what am I missing here?
Elon's just obsessed with space, as per usual.
Yeah, and here's the angle, right? If anyone wants to send data centers to space, Elon is currently the best positioned to get them there. Now, that sounds like a really shallow excuse, and who the fuck would fall for that? But anyone that does is going to make Elon bank. That's my best hypothesis on this. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I lost all my saved photos because the data center crashed into the ocean through the atmosphere. Yeah, exactly. Elon owns SpaceX, not OceanGate. Yeah, if he owned Ocean... Actually, underwater data centers do make some sense. It not necessarily, again, not as much as you might think, but they do make sense. It's been trialed. There's problems with them, and it's been a while since I've seen it, so I can't remember exactly what the issues were. But I remember that it's not a bad idea. They're being trialed. There were problems with them, but they're solvable. And that's way better for cooling because it's surrounded by water, which is perfect for cooling. It's what we use to transfer heat energy into electricity in most power plants. It's the boiling water into a turbine thing. So that kind of works. I think the salt in the ocean can be an issue, and you need a lot of shielding to get it there, and getting the power back and forth and getting the signal back and forth is somewhat complicated, but all those problems are somewhat solvable. So underwater data centers make some sense. But space data centers is the stupidest possible thing. I can't imagine, there's almost nothing that would be dumber to try and put into space than that. Straya, since most AI is just Indians with a keyboard, would orbital AI centers be a reboot of gay niggas from outer space? It's an interesting connection. Someone post a SCATSAT, please. Equals SCATSAT. Is this in the new meme system? It sure is. There you go. There's the SCATSAT. Yeah, this is what they're proposing. This is old. This is a modern AI would do a much better job with this. If anyone wants to put this through GPT image 2, you'd get a much better output these days. To hide the space lasers, yeah. Use water for cooling, use a vodka like the Russians did is better. It might be, I don't know. I guess it has a lower or higher boiling point, wouldn't it? Vodka than water? Maybe that would be better. You might get, you may probably, it's also a biocide, so you might get less need for filtration. I don't know, there's probably some downside to that, but that's not a bad idea. Then again, there are other fluids that would be good for that. There's refrigerants, which are specifically designed for that. I don't know if you could use them. Ginger says, now something that really does make a lot of sense. Mars-based data centers. Cooling shielding can both be solved by just burying them in the Martian regolith, so rock, I think. It would be amazingly easy to cool it by just running a radiator cooling loop that dumps the heat into the ground. Yeah, I mean, getting to Mars is the issue. But if you've solved that problem, then putting them on Mars makes a lot more sense than putting them in space. Yeah, I could see that. Is there some way to use space, which is technically cold, to cool something? I don't think there is. But is there some way that you can make something colder and then get the cold in? No, you've got to vent the heat somehow. You've got to have something that you can, some material that you can vent that carries the heat. And when you vent it, it will cool down really well. I'm not sure it'll expand like crazy, but
there is.
Go on.
There is a theorized methodology by which a given spacecraft would be able to vent a truly phenomenal amount of temperature into space, into the hard vacuum of space. What you do is you dump all of the energy into water. Then you dump that water into space, into a cloud in front of you, preferably into a stream in front of you. And then you wait for all that to freeze, and then you just scoop it all back up again.
So you could theoretically make a, because I assume once you put water into space, because of the higher density of water and the zero density of space, it would just expand into a mist immediately. I guess.
Correct.
But if you did that, and if you had a large enough collection funnel, you could give it some time, run it through the space for a while, collect it all, bring it in, and then do something with it. But I guess the process of bringing it in might create heat because you're then compressing something that had expanded. I don't know, though. Where does the heat go? I guess it just entropies into nothing.
Uzulu.
Yes.
Uzulu, are you familiar with the concept of how mass versus surface area scales via the cube square law?
Roughly, yes. I think that's how refrigerators actually work. Is expanding and compressing.
How much surface area do you think a mist has?
A lot.
Practically infinite. And all of that surface area allows the radiative cooling to take place.
Okay.
The reason why radiators are built with lots of little ridges in them is because it recognizes surface area.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
If your radiator is mist, it will go from basically being near boiling point temperature potentially to instantaneously minus hundreds of degrees Celsius over the course of seconds.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And that would be purely through radiative cooling. Take a hot liquid, spray it out into a mist, and you multiply the surface area by literally billions of times, allowing it to radiate that heat at a truly magnificent speed. And then all you have to do is just collect the heat again. There's actually theories of taking this very same concept, but replacing the water with liquid metal that can then be scooped up using an ionization array. Effectively ionize it and then pull it in with magnets.
That makes sense. I'm just trying to understand like the question of where does the heat go? But since heat is microscopic vibrations, something just it doesn't need to vibrate anymore. Because if it's not in contact with anything, it just stops doing so. I don't know.
Well, Uzulu, remember, heat can be transmitted through two means. First is the one that you're familiar with, just touching something cooler than itself and therefore transferring some of the heat away.
Okay. Melcher has said
the
infrared.
second methodology is the same science that lets the sun heat up the earth.
Yeah.
That makes sense. It just ejects heat through infrared radiation.
That makes sense. Okay, so anything that is wobbling on a microscopic scale automatically generates EM radiation in the infrared band. And that's how we can see with thermal vision. That makes sense. Okay, and then if each little molecule or each little bit of the mist has just a tiny, tiny amount of heat, then that's easily enough for the EM emitted from it to reduce that energy down to zero. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so there is something to the cooling idea, doing it in space, but it would be difficult. It would be an engineering challenge to get cooling in space. So you'd have to massively multiply the surface area in order to cool it. That's the only way to do that reasonably in space. So you'd need some sort of funnel where it's exposed to space and can expand like crazy. But then wouldn't compressing it back down into your system heated again.
Let's take for example the hypothetical scenario of this shitterlight here that we see on the image. In order to sufficiently cool this to the point of it operating at 0 degrees Celsius, you would probably need to have a radiator of a conventional heatsink style design that extends for at least several times the own shitterlight's like visible surface area.
Yeah.
Radiative cooling is always going to reduce the temperature of the thing that you are cooling down to the temperature of the surrounding space. However, it will do so very, very slowly, unless you have a way to massively jack up the amount of surface area that is emitting that infrared radiation, which is where the concept of dumping all of your heat into a liquid and then allowing that to turn into a mist comes in. Turn it into mist the liquid, and suddenly you have infinite surface area, and it just radiates all of that IR radiation in
that makes sense
practically instantly.
I guess then even if you do compress it down again to bring it in, it's not going to add anywhere near as much heat as was radiated as infrared.
Correct. Because the infrared radiation will have been emitted in all directions, 99.9% of which is not your own spacecraft and is in fact the infinite depth of space.
Yep, that makes sense.
Yes, JK. Water is in fact an extremely efficient radiation shield, which is why a lot of concepts for long distance travel involves taking a relatively small habitation capsule and surrounding it on almost all sides with a gigantic block of frozen water. Because that water not only serves as a very efficient radiation shield, but it also serves as an extremely efficient debris shield. Any piece of debris that impacts a large block of water will immediately dump all of its heat into the object and either eject some of it out or, more likely, just simply melt it as it goes in. That heat then gets distributed throughout the ice, captures whatever piece of debris is in question, and then allows that to gradually radiate out over the course of however long it takes.
Much is correct. Yeah, you could dump some additional heat into the metal to remelt it after collecting it. Oh, we have a new SCATSAT image, chat, which I've just generated. There you go. Just save that. I will share it. And then we can put it in the meme system, the SCATSAT 2. All right, that one.
I request that this one go under the name Shitterlight rather than the SCATSAT.
You can do multiple with my meme system, and it will let you do it, but it will notify you first. SCATSAT, and there it is. That's now SCATSAT 2. Ginger, if you want to add it under that, that's absolutely fine. My system will detect if you're adding the same meme twice, and it will give you a notification that it already exists, but you can override it by adding the optional parameter alias, which marks it as an alias of the same meme. So you can now do SCATSAT 2 to call the new one, or SCATSAT 1 to call the old one. It's good though, it's actually rendered it very well. The satellite is less impressive than this one. I don't know, this one's kind of funnier. Right, there we go. This one was quite detailed though. I didn't tell it shit because I think this is it's OpenAI, so I figured it might censor that. So I just said propelled by a brown liquid or something. A long exhaust of muddy brown liquid. Oh wait,
it really is an exceptionally awful image.
That was not even the finished version. I turned on streaming mode, so it sent me like preliminary versions. That was not the finished version. Hold on a second. I might be retarded, chat. Chat, press 1 if I am, in fact. Here's the finished version. That's much muddier. Oh, that is not right at all. I put that in the wrong place. Oh, because it's open locally. That was the one I just saved. So copy image and then send the image. Will that work? Yes. And then copy image link.
See if you can get the AI to add some particulate debris into the ejection cone there.
It could do. What kind of particulate debris? Like lumpy liquid. I'm going to turn off streaming mode because that's just that's a recipe for disaster. A long exhaust of lumpy, muddy, brown liquid. We'll do large satellite orbiting Earth. There we go. Okay, and I will. We could do like a speech bubble that says "SAR." Let's see if it'll factor in this one as well. Actually, we will not be toying with this for much longer. Chat. We should move on in a moment. Non-Newtonian fluid. Yeah. Scientists found how to turn poo into rocket fuel. Could it be? Supposedly, Indian origin researchers have developed a process to turn human waste into biogas that could fuel rockets to ferry astronauts back to Earth. The fact that you could use the methane, I assume, from poo to make fuel, that's not particularly novel. The idea that you would use it for space travel is ridiculous because it's nowhere near the most efficient energy, thrust production per weight. It's not even close, I don't imagine. Okay, Mafaki's linked the full article. It's from our friends, the Hindustan Times. Indian origin researchers have developed a process to turn human waste into biogas that could fuel rockets to ferry astronauts back to Earth. The idea was, so the idea is that they produce it there and then use it to get back. Okay, that makes a bit more sense. The idea was to see whether we could make enough fuel to launch rockets and not carry all the fuel in its wake from Earth for the return journey, says Pratap Pulamanapillil. Yeah, that's that. I read that correctly. Pulamanapillil, a palil. Chat, have you ever pulled a man a palil? Associate professor at the University of Florida. Mm-hmm. Methane can be used to fuel the rockets. Enough methane can be produced to come back from the moon. From the moon, not from Mars, then. Better shit enough or you're not coming home, exactly. The study led to a creation of an anaerobic digester process which kills pathogens from human waste and produces biogas, a mixture of methane and carbon dioxide by breaking down organic matter in waste. This is what Page built. For the study, NASA supplied the scientists with a packaged form of chemically produced human waste that also included... This is just an excuse for our man, Pulamanapillil, or whatever his name was, to get access to human waste. Not just human waste, but medically, pure human waste. Okay, it made it lumpy. It also did the other thing I asked it to do, which is to, well, you'll see. Look where it's situated. It's over India. I'll save this one as SCATSAT as well. That's now SCATSAT 4. It's still not the same consistency as poo, though, is it? It's close. I don't know. Oh, sorry, I'm not actually showing it on stream yet. I think this one has a more comedic feel. This one's definitely more realistic looking. I don't know. They're both pretty good. No one knows what the real SCATSAT looks like. True. And if I use human waste, it goes through an LLM layer before it outputs the image, before it even tries to generate the image. So I assume the LLM would say, that's racist, you can't do that. So I probably won't try. Well, I could do, though. If one of you wants to try them, go for it. Any of you could. Pulamanapillil and Abhishek Dobel ran laboratory tests to find out how much methane could be produced from the waste and how quickly. The process could produce 290 litres of methane per crew per day, all produced in a week, he pointed out. In earthbound applications, that fuel could be used for heating, electricity generation, or transportation. It could be used on campus or around town or anywhere to convert waste into fuel, he added. The digestion process would also produce about 200 gallons of non-potable water annually from all the waste. That's, oh, non-potable. Okay, so you're not going to drink it. Well, at least you're not going to drink it. It will have to eject old McDonald's bags and empty cans of Coke. Well, sure, if it's being propelled by Falcoshin, maybe. They'll drink it, yeah. True. Cesspool draining for propulsion, maybe. Maybe indeed. All right, let's see what else we've got. A Chinese court has ruled it illegal to replace human workers with AI purely for the sake of cost cutting. The court decided that companies hold a social responsibility to treat workers fairly and pay them what they're worth. Now, on the surface, that seems kind of good. Maybe it is. Maybe it's a good idea. But this stinks to me of UBI. It's a distortion on the market. Now, is it a good distortion? Because not all distortions are bad. I don't know. It certainly benefits some people. Many people, but is it distorting the market too much for that benefit? It's helping funds to circulate around actual people rather than just getting stuck in big corporations that use AI to suffice for those actual people, and then getting that money stuck in a loop of AI companies that are just paying each other. Is this actually a good idea? JK says, yes, it's good. I'm not sure if it is. Not even UBI adjacent, says Nermon. It kind of is. You're subsidizing human workers when there is an alternative that supposedly is better. Now, whether it's actually better, that's a big question. A lot of companies have tried it and have decided, actually, it's not better, we'll go back. This would prevent them from doing that experimentation, perhaps from learning more about it, but it would also prevent them doing stupid experiments that don't work, like a lot of Western companies have done with AI. So I don't know. What do you think? Solipsizing Uzlu ist better. I don't know, it might be. Chinese are hyper-capitalist in reality. In some ways. In the ways in which capitalism can be ruthless, they are. In the ways in which it promotes innovation, not so much. So yeah, I don't know. It seems good on the surface. I don't know if it might be a bad idea, because it is a kind of socialist, something you just expect socialists to do.
Yeah, like I have some friends who are from China, and basically their mentality is if you start replacing people with AI, you now have a bunch of people with nothing to do.
Yeah.
And the last thing they want is people with too much time in their hands and start questioning, like, why don't we have more freedom?
Yeah. I mean, that has happened throughout history. A lot of people have been suddenly made jobless, and often they found other professions, but it is a problem. And AI, like right now, AI is not good enough to take over most jobs. It's good enough to take over some jobs and to supplement many jobs, yes, but not good enough to take over jobs. But when it is, if it is, then more people will lose jobs from that wave of technological change than probably almost any in history. Well, in absolute numbers, certainly, but proportionately to the population, maybe more so than any in history. So yeah, the idea of will it be as competitive? Like if they keep this law up until AI is able to take over these jobs, then they'll lose little in terms of market competitiveness, but they'll gain a lot in terms of good faith with the people that they kept in those jobs, and their economy will be healthier in the meantime because the money will be circulating between actual people. So that would make sense. I'm not sure if China would necessarily do that. Maybe they would. Maybe they just take this away as soon as that happens. But it means that there'll be a sharper transition between people doing these jobs and AI doing these jobs. That's not bad, Movaku. A sharper transition, whereas a Western approach of not having this and just letting the free market decide would be a more gradual transition, but with more like stupid experimental attempts at it, which will fail. But then someone has to do that. I don't know. This may be necessary to have an economy at all for someone. Maybe. Yeah, I know. I could see both angles to this. I just think that the obvious presumption that this is a good idea because it helps people may be wrong, but I don't know. Smofakus. Add that as StatSat as well. The new meme system, distinct from the old one. If you add a meme, don't worry about adding numbers to it unless the number is part of the name. So if it's a meme about 1984, for example, you can make the name 1984. But if it's the sixth meme with a name, just enter the name, and then it will enumerate it automatically. Like in the old system, it would say, you can't have that, it's already used. You'd have to find the first number that's not in use, and sometimes numbers were skipped. I found some examples when I was reviewing the old database of memes. In my system, that's not a problem anymore. Just do /m, enter the name. Don't worry about enumerating it. Don't worry about putting a number on the end of the name. Just enter a name, and then put the URL. It will automatically find the next number for you. Now, if you want it to have a different name, you can do, that's fine. If you want to use one that's not in use, that's fine too. But you can also alias it. You can give it multiple names. Just, it won't let you do that automatically. You have to tell it, yes, I want to alias this, just in case someone didn't know it already existed. Yeah, so /m to add memes. It should be open to, I think, all level 1s. But generally speaking, let the person that made the meme add it. So I think Mofaka made this one. Disallowed URL. What you have to do is right-click on the Discord image and do copy image link. Because the way the system works is I haven't added a list of providers, a list of image hosts that it can trust. Maybe I'll do that at some point. To add a list of trusted ones. For now, it's just Discord is trusted. It's hosting it. You can provide it through that. I think it also allows tenor links. But it will let you do Discord links. But it has to be Discord. It assumes Discord is the one to host it. Otherwise, I'd have to host it, and then that adds extra liabilities. If someone added something that I don't want downloaded on my PC into the system, that would be bad. But then what I've done is I've added the system to manually verify the memes, where if I go into the database, I can say, this one's manually verified as being okay for me to host. Then it will automatically download it, save it to somewhere else in Discord, use that link forever, which means that as long as I've manually verified something and then it was called, it can never be dropped from the meme system. Some memes, when they get really old, they basically expire from the meme system because the message that created them was deleted, or it's just so old that Discord no longer hosts it. That cannot happen as long as I've manually verified it and someone has called it before it's removed. So I need to go through manually and verify a bunch. So if you want me to manually verify any, please let me know, and then it will never be lost. And manually verify, all I mean for that is just like, is it something that I don't mind having on my computer? Because it needs to be downloaded to then be re-uploaded. I use Grok and human waste, then yeah, Grok is also an image generator which will be less censored, you're right. But the GPT Image 2 currently is by far the best actual image generator. If you're using Grok, you can just say Pajits and street shit. You can say whatever you want probably, and it would let you do it. Yeah, Straya, I expect so. There's a small chance that we'll have fusion sooner than you think, but that's been said for a long time. Yeah, it's always been a small chance. But yes, fission is good enough for now. Kabbalah, you want that one verified? Kabbalah Love? I know you like that one. All right, let me find it. Okay, so content name equals Kabbalah Love. There it is. And verified true. Save, and if you call it again, it will take a few seconds to post it, but it will therefore have saved it permanently, so it can never be lost. Is there anything else that you think should be saved? Fine, I'll save Oozalegs. At least I'll save Oozalegs 2. I don't think I actually want Oozalegs 1 on my computer. There you go. Content link preserved. You see it says there just under the meme? That means that will supposedly never be lost. The only way that could be lost is if the entire server is deleted. Although I can do something about that as well, actually. I may do that at some point. Some of them, unfortunately, have already been lost if they're too old. Or if you deleted the message where it was created, like you may have done there, Pug. You've called Oozapet, which is 18 days old, and you added it. Did you delete the message that it was from? If you posted it and then Parry protected it, it may have deleted the original message, which means it's no longer available. So make sure with the meme system that whatever meme you use, the original message of it still exists, or you can get me to verify it manually. Otherwise, it may be lost. And if when you call it and it doesn't pop up from the meme system, that's not the meme system breaking. That is Discord's embed. If the meme system seems to think it should work, then it's Discord that is no longer hosting it. I could build in a system that checks the link before it tries to post it, but that would take longer to post it. But it would allow for an error message that says, looks like Discord's not hosting the stream. I may add that later, just to be clearer. Anyway, shall we see what else we have, chat? Okay, we are about 3 hours in. So let me check something. I think today this should be okay. Have a look at where it is. Yeah, let's go for that. If the topic GigaStream reaches 10K, then the Wizard Hat will go on and we'll go for 4 or more hours. Otherwise, we'll wrap up soon because we're at 3 hours now. Either way, there will be more chat and possibly watching stuff after the stream. But I'll go on with another hour of content if we can get GigaStream to 10K. Honspons is a potential, Mofaku, yes. I don't think Atronach is familiar with Honspons. But you will be. All right, let's see what else we have. That one. Yes, Britwit, but maybe a full hour. A leaked internal Canadian Armed Forces report reveals a platoon in Quebec was 83% non-citizens. Many had been in Canada for less than 3 months. Less than half graduated. Well, at least a lot of them didn't. The fact that half of them did is surprising. It appears to have gone past the requirement. Someone generously redeemed quite a lot of credit, so that actually makes sense. Okay, let me check something quickly. Yep, that makes sense. Okay, in that case, we will go for 4 hours. Oh, got my fucking bee toga on. Did I explain to all of you in attendance currently what the bee thing is? Because some of you have joined since the beginning of the stream. You may have been wondering, why is Oozaloo wearing a Pikachu? Does anyone not know who wants to know? Or do you prefer not knowing? Is it funnier if you don't know? I'm wearing it like a toga intentionally, by the way. This is the bee suit that I was bidden to wear at the expense of some members of the community and at the request of Aiden. She bought it, had it delivered here, because she wanted to see me in a bee suit, but unfortunately she made a small mistake. She bought the medium, and I am not medium, I am large. And so it doesn't fit. I tried to put it on, but it doesn't fit. Yes, 8-bit, that is a good point. Well made. Do I look miserable? I didn't mind wearing the bee suit. It's silly. It would obviously be a joke. There's no one that's going to see it and think, wow, that guy must really like bees. No, it's obviously a joke. Now, an honorary One Piece character. How so? I've never seen One Piece, and I don't really have any desire to. The story is funny, says Nachos. I think some of you may be under the impression that this is still a solo stream. You can speak these things if you wish to. You don't have to stay quiet. Crappy art style and massively overblown.
What was the impetus behind this new format of just letting anybody talk during the stream?
It's just something I'm trying out. I've been doing a bunch of experiments recently just to try to vary it up, see what works and what doesn't. I have done streams like this before, and it's actually been quite successful because even though a lot of people can currently talk, most of them aren't. But if they have something interesting to say, they can. And now, the one thing about this is that, thank you, the people who have heckling rights it's less exclusive now. Obviously, they can still use that, and you can still bypass the level 2 requirement to talk in here if you are a patron. So you still definitely get something for it, but a little bit less. It's a bit less exclusive. So that is a consideration. Wolf's too EP to talk. Okay, the soundboard is not necessary. Only the Latinx pipe up anyway, and Ginger. That's true. Also Aiden when she's around, but she's not currently. Just so you know, to the person that just redeemed, just check something. Yeah, when you redeem credit, you're redeeming Cabal credit, not the dollar amount. So if you have 5,000 and you redeem, if you have 5,000, which is equivalent of £50, and you redeem 30, thinking you're going to redeem £30, no, it'll redeem 30 of the 5,000 credit. So it won't be as much as you probably think. And you can see that with /C. This economy system, by the way, is going to be replaced. I'm already rewriting a new one. The new one will be a lot simpler and have similarities to the other one as well, the older one. Ginger says, now you need to fashion the bee suit into a pelt of sorts, such that you can wear it over your shoulder in a similar manner to a barbarian wearing a wolf pelt over its shoulder. I kind of have. That's kind of what it looks like now. The issue with it is that Aiden bought this, and then she's ordered another one, which is the right size. But she's also going to be in the UK in August, so she's asked, can she have this? So she'll be getting this. So chat, what horrible things could I do to it before she gets it? Don't answer that. Let's see what else we got. Anyway, back to this. The report flagged a lack of respect towards women as the most common concern. What a fucking surprise. The platoon broke into ethnic infighting between African factions. It's just... what more is there to say? It's just fucking dumb. For many candidates, it's the first time they have lived with members of a different sex. They don't know how to respect women, it says. This is the military Carney wants to rebuild, with people who've been in Canada for 90 days, can't communicate fluently, and don't respect female officers. Canada is cooked, they say. The respecting females is less my concern. The fact that they're in Canada in the first place really is the problem. Cut a stinger hole in the front of the bee suit and sew on a long black sock. Because of the implication, I assume. Well, that's horrible. But more Canada doing Canada things. Now, speaking of horrible, but somewhat expected, it's Boris Johnson. The ChatGPT. I love AI, man. I didn't know. Every time someone said that, it sounded like schizo rambling noises to me until I saw the video clip where Boris Johnson actually talks like that. He actually says it as, I love AI. I love ChatGPT. It's almost exactly like that. I don't know why he did it like that, but it is funny.
I genuinely thought that you were doing an impression of a Ugandan then.
No, but Boris was, for some reason. Who forgot to pause the pizzard while I was out? Sorry. You know, you do have that power. You can use a thing called YouTube and you can pause the stream. You are able to do this. But maybe that's too much effort for you. Maybe, fair enough. Too much effort. Anyway, Boris Johnson says falling birth rates aren't a disaster. They're the best bit of global news in a long time. I disagree, Boris. The thing is, if we were just talking about an equal fall among all peoples of the world, and there was no mass immigration into the West, then this would be a neutral statement. It would be not necessarily a good indicator, as he's saying it is, but not necessarily too bad either. The problem is, the birth rate is falling much more for whites than it is for everyone else, although it's falling for everyone. And all of everyone else is being imported into white countries, as if to replace that birth rate. Now that to me looks like fucking sabotage. And so to say it's a good thing, Boris, really betrays that you never really were our guy, as many people realized. Wear the bee suit head as a hat with the rest just hanging down the back. I did think about that initially, but you wouldn't be able to see it. You'd be able to see just like the chin on top of my head. It wouldn't stay there very well. And obviously I've got a different hat on now after all, so. You did indeed, Phil. Boris says, I've just returned from the Tuscan Hills. Well, I mean, you can sort of see where the perspective he's coming at this from. He doesn't care. It's not his problem. Where the bells are tolling for far more funerals than weddings, he says. A few months back, I was in Tokyo, as Aiden would say, where the kindergarten playgrounds were eerily deserted. It's in Japan as well. Even though Japan hasn't been doing the mass import, I mean, that's the part they got right, but they still have lower birth rates. Across the European continent, he says, from Portugal to the Balkans, bus routes are being cancelled as waves of elderly customers take their last subsidized freedom pass to the sky. That's a morbid way of putting it, Boris. Why do all politicians think along the lines of the faster the old people die, the better for us? I mean, technically there's some truth to it, unfortunately. In China, the population is falling so fast that there are now miles of virtually uninhabited high-rise blocks. That is not why there are miles of uninhabited high-rise blocks, Boris. That is not the reason. And I'm surprised I know that, but he doesn't. Like, that might also be true. I don't know. Maybe it's both. But the reason for that is probably the biggest bubble in human history, which is the Chinese construction industry, where they build buildings in fucking practically deserts, in uninhabitable areas that no one will ever... They build mansions in the middle of deserts, in formulaic blocks, mansion after mansion after mansion, that no one will ever live in. They're not furnished, but they're mansions. And people buy them purely as a status symbol. And do you know what the funniest part is? They're not cheap. They're more expensive than real mansions. It's just part of Chinese culture for some reason. And I think it's become part of Chinese culture because it boosts that bubble. Because if it bursts, it could be the end of the Chinese economy. That's why there's uninhabited high-rise blocks, Boris. It's a scam. It's a massive national scam, which is the only thing supporting their fake economy. Now, maybe it's also true that previously inhabited high-rise blocks are uninhabited, but if it's not also that, Boris, if it's just what I said, then you are so fucking wrong. All of the economy is a scam. A lot of it is, JK. Yeah, a lot of it is virtual or expectant, and a lot of that expectation is misplaced. But in China, it certainly is. It's less so in the West, even though it's very bad in the West as well. They think value is stored in property. Well, only if the property is actually useful. Value is stored in things that have value and that continue to exist, that will continue to be useful and don't reduce in value. Houses are a good way of doing it. But houses that no one will ever live in, that's just a bubble. You're only doing it because you think it has value, but if it does, it's like the .com thing. People thought it would have more value than it did, so it became a bubble. And then finally it burst because when people realized it doesn't have value anymore. So everyone had spent too much. Same thing is happening with AI. I think it's less so with AI because AI does have inherent value, but less than is being invested into it, for sure. Not zero. Like the .coms have very little value compared to what people assumed. And Chinese houses, I mean, that's almost zero. Who's going to live in an unfurnished desert mansion in the middle of like 50 other block by block mansions, nowhere near any amenities or roads, with no water lines or electricity? Who's ever going to live there? It's not valuable. It's just perceived as valuable, which means it's a bubble. I'm not an economist, but I'm saying this with confidence because I think I'm exactly right. It seems obvious. Please tell me if I'm wrong, chat. He does know it's Australia. I could forgive ignorance, but this is malice. It very well might be from Boris. He should know it. He should know it if he doesn't. But as I say, maybe this is also true, that there are previously inhabited urban high-rise blocks that are now struggling to find inhabitants. But I suspect not. I suspect he's just wrong. I'll look at that meme in a second. Yes, go ahead.
It's 8 seconds. I highly recommend you put it on as soon as you finish with this.
Is it okay to say the N-word?
Yes! No! Yes!
No!
Yes!
No!
Yes!
Let's hear it.
No!
Let's hear it.
Nachos, I didn't know you were on camera. Nachos, I didn't know you were this white. Okay, not that I'm criticizing it, but what led her to say this? Because she screamed it. Was she on something, or is she just that based? Because she's friends with someone that clearly isn't.
Is it okay to say the N-word?
Yes! No! Yes!
No!
Yes!
No!
Yes!
Let's hear it.
No!
Let's hear it.
Chat.
There's so much power in it. It's
I know,
amazing.
I know. Chat, I'm surprised that none of you who have posted the, what was it? The, Plasmari emote. I'm surprised no one's posted Plasmari. She seems like your type. Oh, Wolf did. I feel she's probably inebriated. Straya says that's £400 too small for Nachos. Nacho says she weighs 95 pounds. Chat, does the following picture, hold on, equals, does this look like 49 pounds? Or 95 pounds, sorry. Does that look like 95 pounds to you? Or does that look like more than that? Nacho says those are not accurate. What, it's even bigger? On Jupiter. Wait, wouldn't that be, no, that would be heavier. Straight, I think you mean on the moon. On Jupiter, she weighed much more, I think, because the gravity's higher. Because oh no, it's got more volume. Does it have more mass? I actually don't know. It's a gas giant. 95 pounds is just the dress. Ginger, resident science question answerer. Does Jupiter have more mass than Earth, or just more volume?
Jupiter has as much mass as every other planet put together multiple times over.
Okay. I guess the fact that gas is sparse is outdone by the inverse square law of the fact that it's just so fucking big.
Yes, it's also not all gas.
That
they reckon.
Yes, I think that's true.
They reckon it's. They reckon that the ridiculous thickness of Jupiter is in fact only gas to about maybe halfway down.
Did they
the
say
rest
it's like,
of it is just pure solid.
Did they say it was a metallic hydrogen or something, or helium, or something crazy that you wouldn't find anywhere else?
Yes, metallic hydrogen. Hydrogen that has been compressed to the point where it has achieved a state similar to Mercury.
That is cool. I did see a theory about that. If it's that, obviously, then it does have more mass. But if it's pure gas, I'm not sure it necessarily would.
Well, bear in mind, the more gas you pile on, the more density, the more pressure there's going to be.
That's true.
The more pressure, the more dense it gets.
So I guess there's an inherent relationship. Like there's a flaw. The higher the volume goes, the higher the mass has to be, basically.
Indeed. In fact, in the case of bodies of a compressible nature, that is to say, they are not made of pure solid and liquid material. Generally speaking, volume doesn't go up very much when you continue adding mass.
That makes sense. Okay, so back to this China thing. Straya said, and I think this is pretty true as well, adding on to what I said, he says, it's because the economy relies on government projects that circle jerk debt to each other and creates fake money that allows them to take out loans internationally with the real estate held as collateral. Yeah, if the value of the real estate market internally is inflated and no one externally, well, they may know, but they don't need to care because as long as the value internally is held high, it could be used as collateral for debts internationally, but it's fake. They have faked the value of these things. I guess all you need to do is make your own people believe it's valuable to a large enough degree that you can. I mean, at that point, the debts are backed on the cultural practice of buying this shit. Because it's not actually valuable, which means it only holds as long as people believe it is, but so far they seem to continue to believe it is because it's a propagandistic command economy. That's a crazy system, but it seems to be working for them. Phases of ice. Yeah, I know about the phases thing, but I guess the phases thing would have to be for hydrogen in this case. Like I'd obviously know that you can have solids of even something as light as hydrogen because neutron stars exist, and they fucking just compact neutrons at so much gravity. Well, actually, I say they exist. They have been confirmed, right? That is one of the ones that's been confirmed, or is it still speculative? I'm pretty sure that's what pulsars are, or is it sometimes not?
Sorry, I was tuned out of the conversation there.
Neutron stars, are they? I think they are confirmed, are they, or are they just still theoretical?
No, they're confirmed.
Also, okay, good. Built for families that never arrived. Yeah, Boris, that's delusional. They say Boris says, in some provinces of India, the birth rate is so low by historic standards that schools are reporting zero intake. That might be the same sort of bubble economy thing. I don't know. I wonder why that could be. I doubt it's because of what you're saying it is, Boris, but it might be. Yeah, because they're in the West. Yeah, maybe. Even in sub-Saharan Africa, why educate your child if you can just scam them into the US? Because the education is just so shit. I mean, Boris, is this part of a trend, or are you just observing that no one wants to go to school in the third world? Because that wouldn't indicate low birth rates. He says, even in sub-Saharan Africa, where the fertility rate overall is still very high, 4.3 babies per mother, that number, and how many of those do you think are, well, whatever. That number has slumped from 6 or 7 a couple of decades ago and continues to fall. Why would it be so high there, Boris, and so low in the West? He says, as for the UK, and how can you gel the fact that the birth rate is so high there with the fact that so many Africans are starving, supposedly? I mean, they are, but this is why. Because their fertility rate doesn't slow down as they're starving. They just starve more. Which is why charity is debatably advisable. Yeah, stop feeding the Africans. Unfortunately, the more you feed them, the more suffering there is, because the more of them there are. If you don't feed them at all, then yeah, they will starve and you will feel bad, but there will be far less starvation overall because there are less of them. As much as that is horrible either way, if you can figure out a way to pull them out of poverty without just giving them shit, then go for it. But no one's been able to so far, and there have been many attempts to colonization would be the best possible choice. But even that is fraught with problems because they're not very good at anything. We saw that documentary where the Chinese tried to get a road built there. Just the number of things that went wrong for no good goddamn reason. It's all so tiresome, as they say. Yeah, you could instead give charity to me rather than to Africans. At any of the links, tip.oozlu.net or fund.oozlu.net, and you could instead feed a poor wizard. As of 2019, there's a total of 600,000 villages, up from the 20,000 more in 2011 census of India. So there are more villages, supposedly. Shreya says the Chinese economy isn't a make-believe in internal culture thing. The government and its fake corporations know exactly what they're doing. Oh, I know. As a scam on other nations. It began in the late 80s and early 90s when they were bailed out by the US and converted to a semi-capitalist system, outright predatory national policy. I know. It's not accidental. It is very much deliberate. I know. The best way to manage Africa is a hands-off approach. The Belgian one, I mean. It may be the best idea, yeah. Just leave them the fuck alone. But the problem is, many Westerners, are so compassionate that won't be possible. And so I feel like the only practical solution is some sort of humane colonization. As much as that, I mean, you've got to make it profitable. But there are natural resources there. You may be able to make it profitable whilst still dealing with the locals, hiring any that are hireable. But you will need to extract a lot of profit for that to be worth it. And that will get on people's nerves as well, the compassionate kind. They'll assume that you're raping the land. But that is the only thing you could do to improve the lives of the people living there, because they won't do it for themselves. And it will take a lot of selection pressure. It will take a lot of, no, you can't do this job because you are literally too incompetent. We're going to have to hire only the 1% to maybe 5% who are competent enough to do it. And the rest of you, sorry, we have nothing for you. There is literally no solution for those people. Thank you, Britwit, who says, for the low, low price of keeping £2 out of Africa, this is a better cause. Cabal prevails. Thank you, Britwit. Let me grant you the credit. There we go, it is done. Nobody who is not from Africa wants to rape anything in Africa. That's true. Except possibly the natural resources. White man stole magic soil, now we die. That is literally what a lot of the world believes. That's how they believe it works. Because it's simpler and an easier victim narrative as well. So, as for the UK, he says, once one of the fastest growing populations in Europe, the latest figures show the Deaths this year will now exceed births for the first time since the mid-1970s. Yeah, the last time things were fucked economically. What a coincidence. He says, yes, we on this island are part of the trend. We are also going to peak much earlier than previously expected by mid-century with a decline thereafter. Yes, folks, it's unexpected, he says, unimaginable and now undeniable. The pessimists are calling it the great global baby bust, and of course it's causing some politicians to go into spasm, he says. Now, again, if it was the same everywhere, well, okay, you would expect white birth rates to be declining more because of what I said earlier, that whites don't simply, for whatever reason, whites don't simply breed to the point of starve off. Whites actually slow down their breeding rate when they're at a saturation point. That's my theory anyway. That seems to be true. It's certainly more true of whites than of Africans. I think Asians do something similar, maybe not quite as much, not sure, but it's different either way. So you may expect white birth rates to decrease by more. What you would not then expect is for mass immigration of the third world into white countries. That is completely unjustifiable in any circumstance, but especially in light of the declining birth rates. If we're at saturation point, now is the absolute worst time to bring in foreigners. Shreya says, a few rare nations are doing great in Africa, and yes, a few are, and slowly catching up to Western standards. Botswana, which I've heard a lot, is doing better, though I haven't seen strong data on it, but I have heard so. For one, is hilarious because it's close to Zimbabwe, yeah. Less resources, third of the country is salt flats, and no easy port access, yet it's so far ahead of Zimbabwe, which has everything Botswana doesn't, because they went, let's copy some of Whitey's shit. Yeah. I think Botswana, I know this from Top Gear, don't they have a monarchy? I'll stick by what I've always said. I think democracy is a bit better than monarchy, but monarchy is not terrible, and it's more suitable for a less developed population. And I think also mixing the two is possibly better. So maybe that's working out. If someone there is interested in, I want to make this thing profitable, rather than just, let the politicians figure it out. Maybe that's the best balance for Africans because they're not industrious or conscientious enough to do it themselves. They don't have the, as white Westerners do, most Westerners, but whites particularly, the inbuilt sense of doing the right thing. Some probably do, but nowhere near as many. So you can't really rely on that. Without that, by the way, without that sense, democracy is much less advisable, which is why mass immigration is a terrible idea for many other reasons as well. I did see a video recently on YouTube, which made an interesting point. Actually, I didn't know this. In ancient Greece, democracy was not done by popular vote or by any other kind of vote. It was lottery, which I didn't know. I suppose I should have known that. But that's actually it's not a bad idea. There's some issues with it, but it's not a bad idea. The way it was done in Athens, anyway, was by lottery, and there are many good arguments for that. And it would reduce, because the main argument against voting is that you get instilled elite. Because the kind of person that has the time and influence and money and whatever else to campaign for months to try to win popularity is exactly the kind of person that has connections to all the elite of the country and who is accepted to do so. Because at any point during that, they could be stopped by some made-up scandal or true scandal, or have their money stripped away for whatever reason. There's all kinds of ways to stop someone from succeeding during that process. So the elite kind of get to gatekeep. Now, I don't think that's the end of the world. There's arguments that that's okay as well, but there's definitely arguments against it. With the lottery system, it's not like that. You just pick at random, literally at random. Anyone could become someone with power and influence. Now, they had it wasn't a single leader. I think they did have a single leader, but they had a sort of a council and then a rabble of thousands that could come in and discuss. And the council were lottery picked, and they stayed in for a certain period of time, and they could make decisions. That system, it's not a bad idea, but this is Athens we're talking about, not a massive nation. This is Athens, a city of, I guess, hundreds of thousands, maybe a million or more, not that many, compared to, say, the US, 260 million, and much larger, or the UK, 60 million, or any other nation. Too large for a lottery system, really, because the kind of person that can devote themselves to politics, that can be in the place they need to be at the time they need to be there to do politics, is a kind of person that can't really have anything else to do. Of course, the state could subsidize it. It would get complicated, but you could do that. You could subsidize it. It wouldn't be for very many people, like jury duty. It would be like jury duty. So you could do that. It would be an impediment, and some people just wouldn't do it. There'd need to be a civil conscientiousness instilled in people for that to work. And I think you would still need expert advisors. I think this system would work really well for internal decisions about rights and about internal policy, that kind of thing. Of course, you would get issues where you sometimes would need expertise. So you'd need to have advisors, and they might end up running the show. But for external matters, I don't think it would be advisable, because in that case, you really do need to know what you're fucking doing. You need to know a bunch of secret stuff. You need to know what you have a picture consistently of what's been happening internationally and what's happening now and where the plans are. Otherwise, you get a totally inconsistent set of plans. And of course, you could have the military advising lottery-picked people, but then they all get to know all the secrets, and then they're not going to keep it to themselves. So I think a system like that with a lottery-based system, or at least a hybrid lottery-based system for internal decision-making, with perhaps a monarch or maybe a voted-in representative, but without much of a cabinet who don't make many decisions, but they are there to represent the nation externally, and heavy involvement then also with the military, because I do think that and the military is only allowed to promote internally as well. I think the idea of going up through the military ranks gives a person a much greater connection with the requirements of reality. And so that would make them wiser for a lot of purposes, not necessarily for every political purpose, because sometimes you need to be idealistic and daring, which you wouldn't necessarily be. Daring with new social ideas and listening to like crazy avant-garde nonsense that needs to be tried. Sometimes you need that. So the military isn't good for all of that, but I think having them strongly involved with external politics at a very high level, at least during peacetime, is probably a good idea. And then having a very small sort of colonel leader to be the external representative along with that. Perhaps a military leader, but I'm not sure about that. Maybe a better system. I think maybe some voting could be okay, but possibly quite limited, because voting is fairly easy for the elite to gatekeep. And honestly, the smaller the scale, the easier it is for them to gatekeep as well. So yeah, I think there's some advantages to it. There's some flaws with it, but it could work in a hybrid system, I think. Straya says, for birth rates, we're following a massively inflated baby boom wave after World War II. We are, and we should expect there to be a bit of a slump, but that doesn't align with the mass importation, not that you're saying it does. Much like environmental data, it's massively skewed by short-sighted focus on modern data over long-term stability. Sure, we only have a shit birth rate by boomer standards. Excluding that generation, we have a standard ebb compared to previous flows. That's fair. Yeah, that may be true. Just mass deportations then. That's the solution. And then, sure, it'll probably be fine. Why do you think Sargon wants for pottery shard votes? That wouldn't solve the problem. That would only prevent election rigging, which is not what I'm talking about here. Obviously, that is a problem, but it's not what I'm talking about here. Athens 2026, not modern, ancient Athens, was estimated at 3 million. In 1950, the population was 1.3 million. Athens has grown by 1,300 in the last year. 1.3 million in the last year. Yeah, I imagine a lot of that will be foreigners. Hold on. Ancient Athens population. Oh, about 200 to 300,000 people. So I was correct. Approximately. Support a few 100,000 a year for a while, and we're genuinely a top 3 global power in a generation, unironically. Yeah, I think the UK could do that. Can we get this watch? Sure. We still have half an hour to go.
A new mural is sparking a major conversation. This artwork aims to support Palestine, but it's left some African American community leaders scratching their heads. Taylor Bryan explains live at 5.
Now, I talked to different Black community leaders in Richmond, and they say that they don't have a problem with the message of the mural, just the watermelon imagery. At the intersection of Brooklyn Boulevard and North Avenue sits this mural. It's a dark-skinned Palestinian woman holding a slice of watermelon, and the seeds spell Free Palestine. With so many Black Richmonders upset, we decided to catch up with the artist behind this controversial mural to have him explain more.
Please put him in a KKK hood. It'd be so funny.
Hi, I'm Edward Sprague, and I'm the artist behind the unfortunately controversial mural of what appears to be black woman eating a giant watermelon. However, I would just like to say, first off, she's not black. People from Gaza are not black. They're just dark skinned. It's sunny there like all the time. So she's really tanned. In hindsight, would I have made her a little less tan? Sure.
This apparently was not real, though it is fairly professionally put together. Apparently it's a satirical comedy sketch by comedian Danny Polishuk, not a genuine news report. And this is him. This is the guy. This is Danny on the screen now. Sometimes credited as Edward Sprague. Wait, it is real though? Even though the sketch was fake, the art is real? Well, then what's the point of the sketch? There's no way it's real. It is real. Tell me this is AI. Oh, God. More work from Lauren. Okay. Okay, that's apparently painted in public somewhere. I hope there's no way that kids can walk past. Apparently it is actually real. Or are these all parody sites that all backed up the same thing, or all believed this report?
Now to Richmond.
Okay, this is the comedy. Okay, so that isn't real, but I think is the mural actually real? Chat, can we confirm?
Yes, it is real. They even put it on TV.
Amazing. Okay, maybe the first part of this video is actually real, but then Danny here has inserted himself into it as if he's responding to them.
Yes, that's exactly what he did.
Okay, so the news report at the beginning of this is real. No wonder it looked like a genuine news report. So this is 100% real.
Yes, that part is real. Him talking is not real.
Okay, in that case, I'm not sure there's much point in doing the sketch, because the funny part is that they made it in the first place. That's so stupid. Lauren East did this, apparently. Is she white? That would be funny. Instagram's not loading. Oh, no, it got there eventually. Not clear. Oh, it's a they, them. Chinese American. Hapa painter. Okay. So not African either. Oh! It's the Chinese side. Asians don't give a shit about racism. That's why. God damn, it's actually real. That's kind of based then. All right, what is this?
Romance scams have been on the rise all over the United States.
Oh, I see.
Hundreds of
Same
millions
channel.
of dollars being stolen from victims just last year alone. We caught up with a local man who explains how he got scammed and how you can avoid this happening to you.
Last year, Rob Ducey was fresh out of
that was a bad cut. That's clearly what he's doing. He's cutting away from real news reports and inserting himself as the person they're talking to.
long-term relationship and looking to start dating again. Like many Americans, he took to dating apps, which is where he met the woman that would go on to victimize him. Things went well at first, but Ducey now realizes he was the victim of a romance scam.
This the voice is probably real as well, actually. Probably from the real news report.
Here he is describing exactly what happened.
I basically lost my life savings and had to get a second job because of her. I'm just doing this because I want people to know that romance scams are very real and they can destroy your life.
Ducey claims he has lost well over $200,000 because of this scam, and the number is still rising.
The fact that this voice is probably real from the real news report. I mean, like, I know women, right? But how do you lose $200,000 on a woman that you're not, say, like, married to?
Our first date was at a steakhouse, if I recall.
Yeah, but still, it's a lot of money. Like the only when it's finned on, when it's literally their fetish to give away money, that's obviously stupid and wrong and disgusting. And I kind of feel for them because they didn't choose that fetish, but they're still choosing to indulge in it. that at least I can see mechanically how it happens. But if it's not that, how? How do you spend 200 grand on someone you don't even know that they like you?
Correctly. And, you know, I know in a lot of romance scams,
well, unless he's already a millionaire or something.
The victims never actually meets the person, but my scammer is definitely real. I've seen her in person many times. The bill was close to $400, which should have been a major red flag, but we just kept going on dates. She liked nice things, close seats at basketball games, nice restaurants, the whole thing. After about 6 months, she wanted to go on vacation, and I was pretty tapped out, so I suggested maybe a little road trip. But no, she wanted to go to Paris, and I just didn't feel like I could say no, so we went for a week. It was over $10,000. That's a big element of romance scams. The perpetrators emotionally manipulate you to extract as much out of you as possible. And it didn't stop there. A couple months later, she started bringing up marriage, and I was so underwater already, but we had a good connection, so I floated the idea of a nice lab-grown diamond. They're exactly the same as mine diamonds, just cheaper, and she said absolutely not, so I ended up getting her a 2-carat ring for around $20,000. That stung. At least she said yes, and that's when the scam got really cranked into overdrive. Now we had to plan a wedding, which I had to pay for entirely because she said she was between jobs, whatever that means. The wedding alone was almost $100,000. $100,000 for a party. And the scam hasn't stopped since. We're going on.
I'm sure that there are extraordinary weddings held by the rich and famous that cost a lot more than that. But short of being like a big celebrity socialite, how do you spend 100 grand on a wedding? Did you fucking hire out Buckingham Palace for it or something?
On a cruise.
Women, says JK. I mean, yeah, like this is fake, but I'm sure it has happened, or similar things to it have happened.
Look, the joke of all of this is the guy is just describing dating with a woman that it is very expensive, that it has very expensive dates. He's not being a scam. The joke is basically dating isn't a scam.
Yeah, maybe.
I tried contacting the police, but apparently nothing she did is technically illegal, and you can't press charges against your own wife for spending too much money. Personally, I think that should be a crime, but courts disagree.
We reached out to Rob's wife for comment. She said she was busy taking a self-care day at a spa, and if this is about lab-grown diamonds, she doesn't want to hear it.
Authorities say the best way to avoid a romance scam is to look out for early warning signs like expensive first dates. If you or someone you know is currently in a romance scam,
good luck with that.
Experts say the most important thing is to act fast, as the average wedding vendor requires a non-refundable deposit.
Yeah.
Warning.
So, best to find someone where I know this is difficult and I'm not great at it either, but best way to find someone is to find them through a context where you have some reason to trust them. Dating apps cast your net wide, you'll find more people, but the only context there for trust is they're a person, and so are you. Now, not to toot my own horn, but if you meet them through an online community, then there's at least some other people around who can hold some trust there. There's at least some like connecting ideas, and the fact that they are there in the same community you're in means that they likely have similar tendencies and similar principles. But it's still a gamble. It's a matter of attrition.
Yeah, and if you meet them in a bar in a touristic city, there is a good chance that you are not going to spend any money and you are not going to have any problem fucking her the same night you meet her, but you shouldn't give her your real name or your phone number.
This is advice that Zen Man would be very, very specific towards Zen Man. It's given his experiences that he's told us about, but that may apply to some of you as well. How many of you tour around tourist towns and have a different girl in your bed every night? All right, let's see what else there is. Okay, so this one says, We've got 20 minutes. So remember that the security firm that Ubuntu hired to audit the, they say, ill-advised, highly buggy Rust rewrites of all the GNU core utils. So I'll explain this very simply. On a Linux operating system, there are little tools that you can use that do basic things like copy a file, changing directories around, running other commands, outputting the contents of a file, searching a file, listing files, very, very basic stuff that you use. I use very regularly if I'm running stuff in the terminal. They were all originally written, I think almost all written in C, which is a language that it's old, it's fast, but it's somewhat hard to write in, and you have to really understand what the memory is, what's happening on a very low level, on the memory level, in order to not give yourself like horrendous bugs. And the vast majority, I think at least the majority of software security bugs around the world for the last 40 years have been this kind of memory mistake, where you leave something in memory that shouldn't be, or you read too far into memory that you shouldn't have read, or you write into memory that you shouldn't be writing to. Just mistakes in where data should be at different times. Easy mistakes to make. Writing in C, even an expert in C is going to occasionally make mistakes like this. And yeah, Mugtalo, Zig is also, I'm not sure if Zig avoids this. Maybe it avoids it more than C does, but C is famous for this kind of problem. Rust is a language that's designed in a way, as many of you know, it's one I use. It's designed in such a way that it's it's practically impossible to do that, to leave memory bugs, because it has a bunch of checks, both when you're compiling it and when you're running it. It's still very, very fast, very, very fast, almost as fast as C, but it's way easier to avoid those specific kind of problems. So it seems like it would be a great choice for security. And it is, but that doesn't mean you can rush it. You still have to code it well. And the thing is with those old C tools is, yeah, they may have had memory bugs like that. There may have been some deep, unexpected, unexplored memory bugs that could have been catastrophic if they were ever discovered. But they were also coded by really good programmers and looked at for decades by other really good programmers. So while there may have been some deeply buried memory bugs, the logic and all the features were pretty much rock solid. However, if you take that and you think naively, Rust can get rid of the memory bugs, we can rewrite that quickly. As it turns out, there's quite a lot of work involved in writing a program that isn't just avoiding memory bugs. Now, so they thought they could rewrite the GNU core utils in a matter of months or years, and they probably went too fast in rushing the programs out to market before testing them properly. Because a lot of the times they try to deploy them, they aren't done, they aren't finished, they aren't feature complete, or they still have bugs. Not memory bugs, just logic bugs, which is still very possible in Rust. That's my read on it anyway. Rust is fine, but you mustn't misuse it the same way as any other tool. Same way as everyone used to say back in the day when Unity, if it's a Unity game, it'll be crap. Well, that's because Unity made it so much easier for everyone to make games that bad developers could make games. And so that's all that was being made. Rust makes it easier to avoid memory issues. It's not easy to use by any means, but it does make it easier to avoid memory issues. So some bad programmers are using it who wouldn't otherwise have been able to write a program because they'd have to use C. So that's my read on what happened with the GNU core utils. It's not actually a problem with Rust. It's a problem with the kind of person that thinks Rust is a silver bullet, which it isn't. But ultimately, the tools, if rewritten fully and tested and perfected over time, if they're written in Rust compared to if they're written in C, they will be much better in Rust because there's just a whole categories of very common bugs which are impossible. Again, it is possible in Rust to get around the memory protections and cause an error, but almost impossible. You have to be trying, pretty much. That's my read on it. I haven't looked into it in great detail, but that would be my read on it. They say, turns out the security firm is run by GF256, who appears to be a man who thinks he's a woman, trans, uses an anime cartoon of a girl as his avatar, and appears to have an OnlyFans page. Well, the stereotype is that that's all Rust developers. And maybe that is a common thing with, I haven't looked into I don't have any stats for it, but it does seem to be a tendency people have noticed. He says, I repeat, Ubuntu hired a trans man with an anime girl avatar and an OnlyFans page to audit Rust code. It's hard to get more on the nose than that, he says. Now, on the one hand, transgenderism bad. Having an OnlyFans page bad. Anime girl avatar can be bad. But if someone had those things and was really good at programming, I'm not saying they'd be the right person for the job, but it wouldn't be the end of the world. If it's merit-based, it's at least not as bad as it could be. But if it's not actually merit-based and all these things are true, if they're not actually good at their job and these things are true, which seems to be the case, given that the releases so far have been buggy, then yeah, I'm with them on that. That's completely fucking insane. If you're going to write code that is intended to replace tools that have been absolutely central to the majority of computers in the world for 40 years, it had better be brilliant code. And it wasn't. The releases they've done of these so far have been not good enough. So yes, a lot more work is required. Are you guys building an end tower because you're bored of the tech talk? Because if so, we can move on. I think we're done. That's all I have. That's all the stories I have. Okay, there is 10 minutes more in the stream. And I have gone through, I think, everything I had. Oh no, there is actually more, but it's older stuff. Okay, chat, press, you're doing an end tower, so you can't vote right now. Well, you finished the NF tower. Press 1 to, oh, God damn it. Press 1 to do older, so some slightly older news stories I had saved. Press 2 for Honsel Wonsel. Who will be the first one to break the tower in order to give their vote? I can tell that Nachos is sitting there wanting to press 2, but like I don't want to be the one to ruin the end tower. Who's going to do it? I should do it, but that would be too easy. No, I want someone else to do it. Oh, Zenman's done it. Zenman's done it. Okay, now everyone can do it. Now the floodgates are open. Zenman's taken over the team. Chap, don't forget to react to Zenman's message with you broke the end tower, because that's the standard, right? Yeah, there you go.
We did an NFK tower.
Chat, press 3 if you think Uzulu should give us a refund on the amount of time he just spent talking about useless tech shit.
Hey, it's not useless. This could be big. Big if big. All right.
It's not useless. I like it.
Thank you, Vil. Shut up, JK.
Okay, what was summarize the last point that he just made, Vil?
Be careful how you write in C.
True. Like, that is true. That's not exactly the point I was making, but that is true. That segment was your poor attempt at trying to convince us that trans account company wasn't yours. Of all the things to accuse me of, Straya, just because I like Rust doesn't mean I want to chop my penis off. All right, there isn't a knife big enough, all right? Rust is a crutch for those that cannot write C. That is sort of a fair attack. I think it's sort of exaggerated, but a lot of people that write C, especially that have done it for a long time, get this idea in their head that they can do no wrong. I know how to write C, so I would never put a critical security exception memory bug in this exploit. It would never happen. I'd never accidentally write a horrific memory bug that would compromise an entire company's network. But it keeps happening! It keeps bloody happening! If it didn't keep happening, I might not be saying this, but it keeps happening! So surely it's gotta stop. And Rust is a decent solution to it. Have you seen the latest memes of JP Morgan? We did do that earlier before you joined. Yes, we did have some. In fact, let me find a good one. Cannons, you say? How about these cannons? Yes, I'm afraid you missed it, but it is at the beginning of the show. It was quite funny, I think. That was a funny story. Okay, so was it 2 for Hans Bonts, chat? Will we Bonts the Honses? One last meme. All right, fair enough.
Astromech. I'm pretty sure this one called me a slur one time. S-tier.
Okay, I agree. I approve. I saw a YouTube thumbnail which summarized that. So in the Clone Wars animated show, which happens between episode 2 and 3, which is good actually. I liked it. It's considered canon. I would question that. I think it's mostly canon, but I don't think it's all canon. They invent a new kind of battle droid, which is I think it's called the strategy droid, a tactical droid, or something like that. And it's the commander general droid that leads the troops into battle. And I think the YouTube video I saw, I didn't see the video, I just saw the thumbnail. It made the point, like, why did they fail literally every single time they were deployed? Which, yeah, I didn't realize that, but actually, I bet if I watched Clone Wars back, every single time they're involved, their strategy doesn't work. It's rather like, from what I've heard in the expanded universe of Star Wars, Thrawn, Admiral Thrawn, is like a genius tactician. There's some really good writing there. But then in the animated show that they made, or no, it was a live action show, I think, where they had him in there, he was a total retard militarily because of who's writing it by comparison. So it's that kind of thing, I guess. But Clone Wars is I think, actually quite good. It's worth watching. Maybe watch it in Cabal at some point. Though it's a little bit niche. Then again, Fairy Tale. So there you go. Speaking of which, Nomon, are you still awake? Well, I guess fucking not. God damn it. Tactical Droid and Super Tactical Droid. Plus, outside the plot episodes, they won more than they lost, but the Dooku Palpatine scheming held them back from effective gains. I don't know if, that's the question actually. Did Dooku know? I guess he must have known that they were playing both sides and that they intended to lose from the Separatist perspective. Dooku must have known because he knew that Palpatine was Palpatine. He knew that Sidious was Palpatine. So he must have did. He must have known, yeah. Did Grievous know, actually? Grievous probably didn't know, did he? Dooku did, but he was betrayed. He assumed he'd be there until the end. But that's why Palpatine needed him dead. It's fucking lucky for Palpatine that Anakin decided to kill him. Good night, Ginger. He was lied to about the outcome after Order 66. Okay. All right. Right. Good. Genius characters require a better level of writing. Unfortunately, retards cannot write anything other than retards. Generally true, yes. I think that there probably are methods they could use to sort of like shim themselves up to writing a smart character, but it's probably very difficult, and I don't know what those methods are. Of course, I would never need to learn them. Right, Honsel Wonsel. Chat, press 1 for original horse bouncing, and press 2 for Malcatillo's custom horse bouncing. Nachos doesn't mind. I'll tell you what I'm going to do, chat. I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be right back. While I'm gone, see if you can wake up Nomon. I shan't be long. That logo is not meant to be that big.
Nomon, wakey wakey.
Yeah, I mean, I was
in your
trying to
house.
follow what he was talking about, but I'm cooking dinner. I didn't get to hear everything.
Come on.
I come back and see that someone is pinging me.
I made steak for dinner.
We thought you were asleep again.
I'm not asleep. I just wasn't here.
Yeah, you were asleep. Wake up.
You sound sleepy. You sound like you just woke up.
That would be strange, as I did not. So, what did you want?
He told us to still try to wake you up.
And yeah, what I just said.
Hi.
Hi.
Welcome back.
I found a way to wear the bee suit.
Let's go.
Oh, really? It's
You didn't
awesome.
put your legs in, basically.
The legs are not in, no. You would be dismayed at how I figured out how to wear it. Dismayed, I tell you.
You cut it?
You ripped it.
I did not rip it.
Crap.
I have not damaged it at all. I'm just
When can I
using
get
it in
my
a
grandma
non-standard
Uzu
way.
costume for Halloween?
Sorry?
No, I get it. You didn't put your legs in, you put your arms inside, and there is the part of the legs. No?
Arms aren't in.
Oh.
Arms are here.
Oh, fuck, you made a poncho.
I did
You
not
are a New
I did not damage it
Mexican.
at all. I didn't damage it at all.
No.
Oh, no.
Look
What did
for
he
a
do with it?
poncho.
Oh, poncho.
It's basically, yeah.
He used creative use of game mechanics.
It's not a poncho, it's a onesie.
No, but you are using it as a poncho with a hoodie.
Then how does it coming down over the front of me? Like this?
Put yourself through the butt flap.
Yeah. Basically, the part in... Wait,
Well done,
it
Nachos,
doesn't
you
have a
figured it
front
out.
Open? Oh. I
Look,
thought
if,
they
if
had
it's
the
stupid
front-
and it works, then it works, but it is still stupid, okay? I'll admit.
Did you actually give yourself a Beanama?
No, I am the beaner.
Take the wizard hat off so I
I'm
can
not-
see the bee face.
I'm not the only beaner in here, to be fair. Not that kind of
Oh,
beaner, you understand? All right, hold on. Here's the bee face.
You are the Beal, though.
Down this way.
Aww.
There we go. I'm pal BT. All right. Malcatillo says that he's just uploaded a new version. Are there new maps, Malcatillo? That's the thing that I'm hoping for. Oh, no new maps, goddammit. All right. Let us do our customary customization then.
Your father made you wrong.
Oh. What we do have, however, is backgrounds for the selectors. It's very important. All right, we'll get rid of a few of these that have colors that correlate too much with the others. That is our standard set. And then I will change the horses slightly. So Aiden's horse will be quicked and use her haunts. And then I'll be nice to Nachos and we'll use her pink horse. And then I'll also change, which one was it? Cabby, to make her more obviously purple. None of these are exactly what I think of as purple, but I guess it's close enough. Okay, that's fine. Now then, we will do a random map. T for the next map. Yeah, there we go. Okay, this should have all the right horses. Swap horses. Okay. Go ahead and pick your horse from the left list, chat, and type in the color and preferably name, but color is enough, of the horse that you want to win. If you're correct, then you'll be added to the list of winners and you will get 100 User coins at the end of the day for each time that you picked the correct horse. So type in the color of the horse you want to win. All right. Ready? And they're off. Dark Cabby and Archie making a break for it, but the Dirty Jew sneaks through subversively, as he's known to do. Aiden trying to get through. Archie breaking through the rapids down there, followed by Cabby in purple. Cabby makes it over the line. Cabby's the furthest by far. Could she find completion? Or is the Dirty Jew going to sneak in? Doesn't look likely. Cabby's rebuffed him and Cabby's in. Well done, Cabby. Ah, you used the new sound effect. Hooray! Hooray! Okay. Cabby won. Did anyone vote for Cabby? No. Only 2 updates. Okay, fair enough. There's one more sound. Okay. I guess it's, is it the Gmod one? That would be fun. Oh no. The butt flap has a zip and it's rubbing on the back of my neck. That's unpleasant. Okay, that should help, though.
We cannot hear you. Yeah.
Thank you for informing me. The microphone is now back. I need someone to tell me if it's flashing red. See, I went over there just now, and I took it off so I could see it. But when I looked at it, it was still green. So I don't know, something must have gone wrong with it. I think one of these is dying, unfortunately. Anyway, what was I saying? Have you added is the other sound the Gmod like flapping bumping noise? It's a sound. Okay. Yeah, it might not have been, Nachos. I don't know. That one might be broken. One of these, I think the battery is dying, unfortunately, because they're not that old. It's very annoying. Not in the habit of staring at a man's neckline. What if it's currently penetrating a bee's anus?
Still no.
All right, fair enough. Each to their own, I guess. Right, next round. Place your bets. And they're off. Pixie, easing round the side. Maybe she can get in before Nachos. No, rather, she's given Nachos the win. Ah, it still cuts. Well done, Nachos. You will not be having the glue hat today, as we're all very disappointed by this. Mafaku says rigged, and that is frankly true. JK, that is a thing that you may expect at any given time. Right. So who voted for Pink? Nachos did. Is Wolf here? No, I'd be willing to assume that he did because he always did if he was, but he's not. Okay, just Nachos then is so far on the board. Come on, guys. We can't let her do that. We can't let her be the only person who's in the lead. Come on. We can do better than that. Right, ready? Chat, vote on your preferred haunts. Nachos, are you doubting the notion that you're a person? I mean, each to their own, I guess. Beano, baby. All right, Dai is ahead, and Dai takes the right path towards the end. Perhaps this will be a victory for Dai. Cabby close behind, and Dirty Jew. Dirty Jew manages to take the second spot. Dai's gone the wrong way, but manages to find the right way, gets stuck on the lip, but manages to nudge Dirty Jew through. Dai, in a horrible conspiracy, has given a Dirty Jew the lead, and maybe this will be the end. Dirty Jew looks sure to win now. After he has. Dirty Jew has got it. Did anyone vote for Dirty Jew? No, they didn't. Come on, chat. Come on, we can do better than this. Yeah, Dai assisted the Jew. We can do better than this, chat. Come on. All right. Next map. This one will be short. However, as you can see, it does have the Gmod error thing there, so maybe it'll have a sound effect. Okay. Ready? Place your bets, everyone. Uh-oh, JK, better not edit that message. And they're off. Several have escaped. This is usually a very short map. Looks like it might be a Dirty Jew again. He's got the best position. Oh, but narrowly misses the end. Narrowly misses it. This is the longest I've ever seen this map go for. He's on his way back. Perfect. Perfect choice. Well done. Good. Well done. Okay, Dirty Jew wins. I do like the sound effects. Yeah, that's good, Mike. I like it. Okay. No one voted for Dirty Jew. Chat, it's not going well. It's not going well here. All right, ready? Next round. Place your bets. Half the players have left the arena. Nachos is currently in the lead, and usually on this map, whoever finds their way in this direction first wins it. It's Nachos followed by Cabby. It's looking likely that Nachos will win it. She'll be 2 up against everyone else here. Can you really stomach that, chat? Well, it looks like you can, because you're willing to let it happen, unless Cabby nicks it. She doesn't. Nachos is at 2-0 to everyone else. This is unprecedented. This is a dark day, ladies and gentlemen. A dark day indeed. A woman is doing well at something. All right. Surely this cannot stand. Everyone ready? Vote now. And they're off. Dark Cabby and Dirty Jew taking the lead. Dirty Jew and Pixie now in first and second respectively. Could Dirty Jew nudge Pixie in the right direction? Almost, but not quite. Nachos threatening to enter the legs, but has not. Dirty Jew bounces Brown Shows into the legs, just like the racial conspiracy that is known to be happening in Western countries. Brown Shows has found her way past the chode into the testicles. Could she find her way into the prostate before Archie? And she's in. Well done, Brown Chose. So Nachos is still the only one with points on the board, both in her real racial form and her fake one. I will leave up to you which one is which. Oh wait, Brown Chose is not a user on the server. Okay, I was wrong. Who voted for Brown Chose? Again, no one did. Straya voted for Tarda Chose. But that obviously means normal Nachos, not Brown Chose, because normal Nachos is the retarded one. All right, so still no one. Yeah, John Wick rage quit, exactly. JK's going to kill himself. Well, this is the thing to kill yourself over, clearly. Keep yourself safe. Okay, ready, chat? Right, place your bets. Someone send a screenshot of this get up to Aiden, by the way. All right, Di has taken the lead. Can she keep it this time? Brown Chose threatening to take it back. Pixie almost over that line, but not quite. Di nudged over the line, but stuck in a rut. Bartholomew, could it be Bartholomew's first victory of the day? Bartholomew followed by Brown Chose. Di's going backwards very quickly. Maybe a comeback for Di here, but it's only a matter of time before Brown Chose or Bartholomew makes it over the line. But Di sneaks in, almost makes it past, but bounces Bartholomew over the line. It's Bartholomew takes the win. Was that Nomon? It was Nomon. Nomon, you've got a point on the board. Well done. You're the first to threaten Nacho's dominance today. Nacho's is almost never dominant as well. So I mean, that's a big deal. So I'm just assuming because you're a son, that you're obviously massively sub. Do let me know if I'm wrong. All right, next map. It's time for the penis map. Ready, chat? Place your bets. I'll believe that. Nachos, come on. Welcome, Dead M. Are you here specifically for horse bouncing? So I saw you messaging on YouTube earlier.
Obviously, Nachos is going to win the penis.
All right, Dirty Jew is working the shaft. Cabby and Di cooperating at the margins. Nachos is very concerned with working the balls. I guess she doesn't mind taking the beta female position on this one. While Cabby's making her way towards the tip, the pinnacle, one might say, of performance. I'm not sure how I would make it funny if Bartholomew wins this. I'm not sure how we link. Well, I guess just kind of a clocksucker. Got him. Holy shit, it's an intense battle on the tip of the penis here. Is that about to become a real map, Malcatillo? Come on, Cabby! It's in! Oh, fantastic. Do I need to reload the client? And then reconfigure all the Honces? Come on, Cabby. Finish this godforsaken map. You know, you had an opportunity to make some different map art with this one. I wonder, has anyone got the interest to go on to like an AI image generator and see what it can come up with for a horse bouncing map? You'll have to be quite clear about what its task is. Oh, well done, Cabby, finally. Tell it, render an image which contains only pixels of pink or black or anything on the gradient between them. You'll probably word that better. And make it into a fun 2D physics course for a bouncing ball to move through. 16:9 resolution. Try to use as much of the space for paths as you can. Something like that. I bet it could make something good. Oh, the pig's actually white. Okay, then specifically ask for a grayscale image. That's even easier. Why is the only green option a swarthy femoid? Swarthy? You say that to her face. She would not approve. Grayscale. Okay, that's fine. That's even better. That's even easier. I mean, you could even just have it generate full color and then grayscale it afterwards. Yes, tawny. I guess. Wait, did he really specify that only Turks, is that Turkey? Only Turks are tawny, and then everyone else is swarthy complexion, including Wales, Cornwall, Scotland, Ireland, fucking Iceland is swarthy. Get fucked, everyone else. Well, we all know no one's pretty swarthy. I mean, you can see him there swarthing around in Ireland, Sweden. Game updated, fucked up the position of the goal, but it's on the path still. Do I need to reload the client? Yeah, I thought so. I don't want to have to do it unless because I have to reconfigure the Honces. Okay, so Cabby won that one. Did anyone vote for Cabby? I don't think so. No. All right. Well, with it gone, we won't be doing Gitsack, I guess. Okay, let's configure my Honces. Pimp your Honces. Get rid of those. Back, edit Honces. Cabby, purpler. Bird, white. With a hint of, with a hint of aideness. Nachos. No, you've already had enough niceness today. I'm not making you the pink Hans. You can just suffer. Okay, that's fine. Back. Next map. Next. Ready? Ready, chat? Place your bets. It's time. It's yet another instance of the nigger map. Hooray. And they're off. Bartholomew making his way through the G. Cabby has left. Which is weird, because she's perfectly fine with you saying nigger. Bartholomew making excellent progress through the nigger map. This might be the first endearing thing he's ever done. My goodness, excellent progress. There he goes, Bartholomew wins. I haven't even tested it. Well, it is possible to win, so all the testing is complete. Well done. All right. Did anyone vote for orange? No one had usually been voting for orange, but he did not this time. Should I assume that means that he changed his mind and in fact did not want orange to win? Or should I assume that that meant that he still wants orange to win, he just didn't happen to vote this time? He still wants orange. Fine. Nomon and Nachos are now neck and neck. All right. Ready, chat? Place your bets. Who will it be? This is a fairly short map. And they're off. Several players leaving the fucking map. Lots of players have left the map. Aiden with a chance here. Decent line. Very close to victory, but will she leave the map? Not quite. Could this be the bounce? It's close. Not quite in yet. Another one left the map. Bird finally not quite. I am impressed though. Last time we played this map, I think everyone left. Looks like it might happen again today. Mugtilo actually wrote a case for it. Will Die win it? Oh, that's the first time we've had a winner with only one person left on the map, I think. Well done, Die. Who voted for Die? Vil did. Well done, Vil. You're on the board. Remember, if you won, be sure to tell me because I might miss it. Oh no, not Die. Fucking I am retarded. Vil won. Okay. We'll just do a few more rounds here, chat, and then we will convene for watching stuff. And I will make myself something to eat because I haven't eaten all day and Aiden didn't feed me. All right. Different map. Okay, ready? Place your bets, everyone. What do you mean boo-hoo, Nachos? It is boo-hoo. It's very depressing. I need to somehow find my own food. Why am I being forced to provide for myself? It's not fair. There's a woman that is willing to do it. Well, was willing to do it. Did you threaten her, by the way? You threatened her family. You threatened to curse her tacos because you have that power. If she buys me another pizza. Is it still legal to forage for mushrooms there? I don't know about if it's illegal, but I don't think I would do it. I'm not sure I believe you, Nachos. And they're off. Nachos making a break for it. First one through that initial barrier, followed by Dirty Jew and Bird. Nachos finds a great angle up the first corner there. Could everyone else's angle be as good? Aiden finds an angle, as does Dirty Jew, as does Brown Shows. But they're all so far behind. Looks like Nachos going to win from this bounce here. And she's in. That is a very funny noise. That is a very funny noise. Okay, another fucking win on the board for Nachos. Unbelievable. Chat, press 1 if it's definitely rigged. No doubt. Okay, did anyone else vote for pink? Dead M did, but was that for last round? No, I don't think it was. I think it was for this round. So Dead M's on the board as well. All right, good. We actually have a bit more of a lively leaderboard now. Yes, I appreciate that, Straya. Thank you. Okay, we'll do 3 more rounds, chat. Ready? Place your bets. And they're off. All right, Pixie with the best chance currently, but the angle doesn't look like she's going to get in. Oh, but with some assists from Cabby, she's in! Finally, Mofaku voting for Pixie wins. Well done. Okay. Let us put Mofaku on the board then. I'm having to do half of this with one eye. You may ask me why, chat. Well, you can probably see why. You can't see my other eye. Damned Woman Alliance, says Marketillo. Yeah, that's true. They helped each other. Okay. Well done, Mafaku and Pixie. He's got an email, that's true. Okay, 2 more rounds. Let's get a different map. This one, yes. Okay, place your bets, chat. It do be, though, true. No one, can I ask you a special favor? Can you avoid falling asleep tonight so that we can watch some Fizzle Tazzle? You don't have to follow it, it's just funny. All right, ready? That's a good point, Mofaku. All right. The dirtiest of Jews and brown shows are making their way through the arena. No one's making it through the briar patch just yet. Oh, Bird tried to encourage Nachos too, but it didn't work. Dirty Jew looks sure to win. And it's all over. Sorry, Vil, you were a little bit late. No one voted for the Dirty Jew. So, on to the next round. Last round, chat. We'll do this one. Ready? Siege Yajus. You vote as well. Pick a color. Any color. Even if it's the same as someone else has picked. And vote for it. If it wins, you get Cabal credit. Ready? Place your bet now. Just type it in chat. You lose nothing for entering, but you gain server currency if you win. Enter or we'll label you as a coward. Or something else funny. Ready? And they're off. Last round of the night, chat. I don't know, Malcatello. Probably not. Tower 1 voice text is the one we're using. If he typed it in Tower 1 itself, then let me know and we can use that as his actual bet. All right, Aiden and Bartholomew. Oh, Aiden kicked out. Bartholomew left in. Bartholomew first one to attempt the taint hole, but doesn't look like a good angle. Could it get better? It's actually worked quite well for him. Bartholomew is through the taint hole. Archie and Pixie here to challenge. Bartholomew blocking the taint hole entrance. A daring maneuver. Oh, he almost kept Archie out, but Archie's managed to sneak through. Archie's in the chode with him, but he knocks Bartholomew in just the right direction. Bartholomew's stuck in the testicles, but Archie with a sneak in from behind, and he's won it. Very close, almost a win for Bartholomew there, but Archie snuck in and nicked it in the nick of time. Well done, Archie. Did anyone vote for red? Sadly, no. Straya almost won that one. But no, Archie won it. All right, I'm going to give Straya some Cabal credit because the lines are actually quite helpful. Straya, horse bouncing lines. There you go. Turning that bot into fucking e-glue. Well, when I bring Archie back up again, you can tell him how upset you are. Okay. Right. In that case, let's disperse the winnings and then we'll head off for the evening. Okay. Right. Nachos 3. Nachos 300 for horse bouncing. Nomon 2. Nomon 200 horse bouncing. Vil 1. Dedem 1. And Mofaku 1. There we go. All done. Only if he rapes Frodge again. I wouldn't put it past him. All right, chat. That will be it for today. Thank you for joining, and I will see you again tomorrow, because this stream was meant to be yesterday. But I will very likely be on stream tomorrow. You can check the Discord server for announcements if I postpone it. Did CGA just vote? No, he didn't. Not that I saw. Coward! Coward, I named thee. Okay, fine. Other than that, hop into Pit 1 right after this, and we'll chat, and then probably watch something. And I'm going to be cooking as well. Nigger coward. Well, at least you admit it. You know what? Siege have a recognized role. You seem a good sport. Okay, even though you didn't participate in the sport. Thank you, chat. I will see you again tomorrow. Good night, everyone.